morning.
Morning. Just admitted people in here. How's it going, Paul?
I'm doing good.
Good.
I wore my green colored shirt today in an effort to be totally engrossed in what we're doing. And I'm sorry I haven't got back to you. It's been a busy couple days, buddy.
No problem. We can chat later.
Okay.
All right, well, we've got the committee here. So in the interest of time, Mr. Clerk, if you want to let me know when we're ready to record. It looks like we are recording.
Yep, we're already recording, so we're good.
I will go ahead and call the meeting to order. Looks like we've got the city clerk and the director of public safety in attendance, so all are present. Move on to approval of the agenda. Any modifications? Otherwise, looking for a motion to approve.
I move to approve the agenda.
I'll second that.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We'll move on to the approval of the minutes from the July 10th meeting.
So moved to approve.
I second it.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, next item on the agenda is communications. We did not receive any communications this meeting, so we'll move to our next item, which is public input. This is the opportunity for anybody who wishes to address the selection committee to do so. We'd ask, if you are interested in speaking during public input, if you could either use the raise hand function on Zoom or turn your video on and raise your hand so that we can recognize you. We just ask that you introduce yourself at the outset of your public input. So we'll go ahead. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone who's raised their hand?
Doesn't appear so.
Give it a moment and see if anybody changes their mind.
Nope, no hands.
All right, well then we will go ahead and close the public input session of the meeting and move on to committee discussion on review of supplemental applications. So gentlemen, how are we doing?
Good.
Good. I'm doing well. A few questions. Is that Dwight Clark? Is that just like a screen name, or is that like the football player with the miracle catch for the 49ers?
This is Dwight. My dad was a big football addict and thought it would be really cool if he named his first and last name.
Good. Well, good for you. That was a hell of a catch.
Yeah, my sister's name was going to be Will Clark after the boy, so
like it.
We're off to a great start. We've asked all the questions we had today, so
sorry, Mr. Chair.
Well, you know what, before we maybe discuss some of the content of the applications, if my fellow community members will indulge me, I'd just like to go over maybe some of the housekeeping for today's meeting. And please feel free to jump in if you'd like to add or interject on any of these items. So I guess first of all, why we're meeting today, our primary purpose is for us to get additional clarity on the supplemental application materials that we received as a committee to review. As you all likely know about your own application materials, we had several thousand pages of materials to review, and anytime you're dealing with that quantity of documents, there's bound to be some questions And so we're looking forward to an opportunity today as a committee to learn more about the materials we've been reviewing and hopefully enhance our ability to complete the scoring of those applications. In addition, this is just an opportunity for us as a committee to gather together and discuss our review process. And so I'm looking forward to hearing some of the insights from Mr. Loria and Mr. Howard on their review process. I do want to let everyone know that we are tentatively planning to hold the scoring meeting on Friday, August the 21st at 9 a.m. That would be a meeting that will be also held in a virtual format. And we'll, of course, provide you with a formal notification of that meeting. All are welcome to join and attend that meeting as well. We'll also ensure that it's recorded for future viewing. But that is the planned schedule would be a week from Friday, August 21st at 9 a.m. In terms of today, I want to personally apologize in advance if any of our junior selection committee members pop in behind me. I'm working remotely today, and so I don't think I'll get to 5 o'clock tonight on Zoom without at least one child or dog popping into the background. So I apologize in advance for that. We are going to do our best to stay on schedule and to start each interview time slot at the time indicated on our agenda. And we appreciate your help in letting us stay on that schedule. We will be taking recesses in between interviews if there's any downtime of any substance, and as well as during the recess times indicated on the agenda. During those periods, we will have everyone's video and audio muted. So feel free to stay on the call during those recesses if you wish. If you do want to drop off, I'm sure Mr. Howard will remain tuned in to who's in the waiting room to make sure folks are able to join the meeting at the midpoint if they wish. We'll ask at the beginning of your scheduled time slot for your application, if you could please, when you're recognized, begin by introducing the members of your team so that we know who's present, who may wish to participate in that discussion. We'd ask that at any point, if you're not participating in that discussion on behalf of your team, that you please keep your microphone muted for the benefit of everyone's listening. So that's, I think, all I had to share on the housekeeping side of things. I do just want to reiterate, we recognize and appreciate that there's a tremendous amount of effort that's been put into our application process by each applicant to this point, and we do appreciate that. It's always a little awkward at a point like this because I think by necessity, a lot of the questions today are probably going to have a negative tinge because they're things we didn't understand or that we want more information on. But just understand that, this represents a small portion of each application where we maybe have some confusion or questions that we want to get some additional information on. So with that, members of the committee, anyone else have anything you want to share about the procedures today?
I was just going to add that we talked about a lot of the questions may come from the chair, and then follow-up will probably be with that, or we may have individual questions, but we'll try not to ask the applicants the same questions over and over. So a lot of them may be focused from the chair, and then we'll go from there on discussions and questions. And then based on who's here, Jacob, I think we'll probably end up having to go over some of the housekeeping that you did before each thing, because it doesn't look like some of the applicants later in the day probably will pop in later rather than right now.
I think, yeah, that probably would be beneficial to everyone to do a recap of that as we come back into each meeting period. Paul, did you have anything you wanted to add on the procedure?
No, just looking forward to a day of clarification and education, and I'm ready to go.
Sounds good. Do we have any conversation on the review process as it's taking place? Anything you're noticing in the applications that you want to discuss? Any elements of the scoring process that will initiate on the 21st that you want to discuss in terms of your thoughts on the approach to scoring these applications that we might want to get a jump start on, just kind of talking about the background?
Yeah, I think we just want to reiterate again that each of us are scoring individually, and that we will be scoring them all compared to each other. And points are not, as we've said before, all or nothing points. There will be increments of points as we look at each piece and kind of take a deeper dive into those. So it may be that I don't know if there'll be partial points or not, but there certainly will be incremental points. It's not an all or nothing on a point category.
Right, I would certainly agree with that. I've been beginning to undertake some comparison of the components of each application to the other applicants, just to get a sense of how certain plans and investment potentials, business backgrounds, et cetera, how those items compare, so that we can truly evaluate which application package is best fits the scoring criteria. So I think there's a lot of good information, and certainly I found that there's something to like in every application package that I've reviewed so far, and I have reviewed all 10 completely at least once, in most cases twice. I will also say that there's probably at least one or two things in every application package that have caused me pause or left me with questions, or that are perhaps not the best of the 10, but are certainly competitive in certain respects. And so it will be, I think this is a competitive process, and I think it will be a truly competitive process ultimately as we begin to talk about scoring these applications on the 21st as a committee. I could probably, since we have a little bit of time, I don't know if we want to jump into a recess until 9:30, but I would just also add that when we get together next week to do the scoring, that scoring meeting per ordinance is going to result in a letter being issued to the top 3 applicants, those that receive the top 3 scores as a result of that meeting on the 21st. And that will start the conditional authorization timelines that are outlined in the ordinance. So for those of you on the call, I provide that as just an additional heads up that starting on the 21st, you have 30 days to accomplish certain tasks, 6 months to accomplish a task, and then 18 months to actually get to your final license status. So when that clock starts ticking, there's still work to be done for those top 3 applicants who receive a conditional authorization. And so just to be prepared for that after the 21st and the scoring, to be ready to move forward with that. One of your first items to work on will be your special use permit and site plan applications to the Planning Commission. As the city planner, I'll be your liaison person to go through that process, and that will require you to take some pretty quick action to be prepared to make those filings to the Planning Commission within that 30-day time frame. So we look forward to working with those applicants on that process. Of course, the folks that are ranked number 4 through 10 will be on a waiting list until those top 3 candidates receive their final license from the city. And in the event that one of those folks doesn't follow through, that waiting list will be used to identify the next conditionally authorized candidate. So if there are no other comments or conversation from the committee, I'm going to recommend that we go into recess until 9:30, and then we can begin our discussion with Carey Investments LLC.
Yeah, I think we can do that. Do you want me to just pause the recording then, and then we'll start the recording, or would you rather the recording continue the entire time?
Let's go ahead and keep the recording live, and
Okay.
we can just, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Clerk, muting and taking down video for all of our participants, and we will resume activities at 9:30.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Can we turn off
All right. Looks like we're back. So we'll come out of recess. Our first applicant up is Carey Investments LLC. See in the chat that Caleb Carey is on the call. I don't know if Caleb's able to unmute and turn on his video, or if Jeremy, if I need you to do that.
Let's see.
Hello.
Hey, Caleb.
I'm gonna get the video up. There we go.
There we go. All right. And we could get Mr. Loria. Do you want to get your video back on as well?
It won't let me.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
You must not have been very nice to Jeremy. Kept your video off. There we go.
Oh,
All right. Hi, Deb.
Hi.
Caleb. Is that, so we've got Deb and Caleb Carey, and anybody else there or on the call otherwise?
Micah.
Micah, my brother.
Hi, Micah. We don't have anybody at a different location?
No, not for this. No.
Okay, I just want to
I
make
do
sure.
have my Zoom up, so just in case I have to leave the room.
Sounds good. So we're ready to get started then?
Sure.
All right. So this is formal but informal. We've got some questions prepared for each applicant. I will start with my colleagues and see if anyone wants to start with a question.
I'll go. In some of the other applications, they talked about in their full-time employee description where you say that there's possibly 10 to 17 that will be used if granted this license. What do these, in your establishment, what do these pay?
Right now, I believe $15 an hour, or maybe even 14 might be the lowest that we pay. I believe we're just hiring some drivers now at 10, but they're just starting. So yeah, roughly, I would say the average will be approaching $15 an hour.
If have you guys done any market analysis to show what other places are paying drivers in those positions?
No, I haven't done any market analysis as far as drivers. It is a brand new position, you know, so they're going to start at the lowest, and we're compensating them for mileage, and they get to keep their own tips. I have been a driver for pizza places, and normally they would pay what a server would get paid, like $4 or $5 an hour. So I think it's pretty competitive.
Okay. What about who's the manager?
Mike Messina is the general manager now, as of, I would say, 3 or 4 months ago. Before I was general manager, managing operations, dealing with vendors and whatnot. But Mike Messina, he's in the back. I'm actually in the shop right now, and he's getting ready to open. We open at 10 a.m. So.
Okay. As far as the hold on here. I have notes. I'm just.
Hey, Paul, while
Yes.
you're talking about employees, I had a similar question, so maybe I can just pop in on that
Yeah.
while you're asking that. You have like a range, hold on, let me let the person in, a range of, was it 10 to 17? So what will determine actually, like most of your things, you have a range on them. So how will you be determining what that range will be on the low end or the high end? Where,
Well, my biggest concern right now is the COVID. With our shop, you can really have only so many people to do the operations given our space. So, and it also kind of dictates how business goes. I suspect it'll be pretty good just because we do get a lot of inquiries every day, probably 30 to 50 phone calls since December every day asking if we're recreational. So it depends on how much business we get and where we're at with COVID. I suspect that we're still going to probably have to operate at limited capacities if we do get this license and we're getting operational. So that's kind of what dictates that range. It's just these unknowns with how busy we're going to be, what kind of operations can we have when we are up and going. So that's kind of the range, I would say, or why that exists.
okay.
Paul, you got your questions lined up?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a few comments. I know from my position or the law enforcement position that your business has been almost not noticeable. Quite, I mean, there hasn't been issues. So I want to tell you that I appreciate that, and we're definitely off to a good start in regards to all the changes involving marijuana. I also liked in your application about the green energy and the solar panels. So I appreciate that. I hope that you're serious about that. And that is very neat. So I just wanted to say those things. The other thing that I did like about your application is in there you talked about ethics, and you at least mentioned it. And I think a lot of the times, at least for me, there's a lot of gray in the laws that have been authorized. And for me, I want applicants that are going to operate within the framework. So I appreciate the ethics statement that you guys look at employees and their ethics, and in adherence to the company policies and procedures. And again, you said you had no violations. I didn't find any violations. We haven't had any issues law enforcement wise. So you must be doing something right. So I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. And as far as the solar panels, they are actually installed now. They got the final approval. Actually, Brian came last week to check out the sticker and whatnot. So it's fully going, and right now we're close to on pace to being 100%. I would say as far as energy, we were billed for 70%, but with solar, it's just an estimate because you can't really get consistent numbers. But based on the readout that we've had now, we're at about 370 kilowatt hours this month, and we do roughly 900 kilowatt hours a month. So it's pretty close to full.
All right, I'd like to jump in with a couple questions if Paul's all set. He's muted, so okay, perfect. I assumed. My first question is going to be about your financing plan. So, being self-financed, and given sort of from my perspective, the unpredictability of the marijuana market at the moment, it's changing fast, still getting established. Like, how confident are you that you have the liquid assets as an entity to get up and running for recreational, to access a supply to sell? And sort of as I'll embed the follow-up question right into my initial question, how can we as the city be confident that you won't find yourself in a position 6 months, 12 months, 18 months from now where you're forced to sell out to a different entity?
Well, as far as the liquid capital, we're very confident. Sales have only increased every single month this year. And at this point, we're doing, or at least last month, we did just over $200,000 in sales. So we're confident that we would have enough liquid capital to get it going. And we think if we do get the license, we've drummed up a lot of interest in the city for recreational. So I would think that we would be successful. As far as a guarantee a year from now, why we wouldn't sell, I would be hard to find a reason why the market would shift so suddenly. It takes a long time to get these businesses operational, and I feel like if we are chosen, we would be very successful.
Do you have a sense of when you expect to be profitable with recreational sales?
When do we expect to be profitable? Well, given that we've spent most of the money making the med viable and the recreational applications, the regulatory fee is far less. So we're pretty close to making our money back almost on our initial investment in the med. So given that not too much more investment needed to happen to make the rec happen, I think we could make our money back within a year, honestly.
Do you have a sense of when you will have paid yourself back on the medical piece? You said you were close. Do you have a ballpark of when you think that's likely to be the case?
It could be by the end of the year. I mean, at this point, we're at about 1.4 million in sales, and we had a really, really slow start because the market was just really crazy with the rule changes. Couldn't get caregiver product. We weren't established. Hadn't developed relationships with other producers. At this point, there's more producers than ever. We've established a lot of relationships, so pretty. And I'm as far as I guess the original question is when we would pay off the med investment. So we're thinking it's going to be roughly 17 to 20% off of sales after taxes and everything. It's hard to say. But having said that, the initial investment was close to $500,000, and if we by the end of the year we should do over 2 million in sales, so that should cover it, really.
In the event that you all needed more capital, do you have any existing financial or banking relationships that you could turn to for that capital?
Well, we do have properties. We just sold a house on Mission, actually, for $175,000. So that should be enough capital to pay our regulatory fee, do any kind of inventory. We don't expect to have to sit on money too much just because we're already operational with the med. And the way the rec law is written, it's very simple. It's simpler for someone who's already got a med license to get a rec license. So we should be operational pretty quick, pending the inspections, which we already pretty much passed on the med level. If anything, the rec ones are less restrictive. So I think we could be up and going real quick.
Okay. I want to turn to the question of residency.
Mhm.
So the application references that you are a resident of Isabella County, Caleb, but I did not find any documentation of that.
Okay, well, on my ID, I do have it listed at 5590 South Crawford Road. It's on the back. When I did contact the Secretary of State to try to get my voter ID, I do actually have a copy of my voter ID registration also.
How long have you resided at that address at 5590 South Crawford?
Since July of 2018.
And you are currently a resident of that address?
Currently, I'm a resident of 214 South Pine Street, Mount Pleasant, Michigan. I've had a hard time trying to get it changed just because of COVID.
How long have you resided at 214 South Pine?
About October of 2019-ish. I do have a copy of the lease. I'm having a hard time finding a copy of my voter ID. Okay, here's my voter ID card. July 26, 2018, it's dated. I can just come down to City Hall a little later if you want to see it not all crumbled up.
I think it would be helpful for me in terms of consideration of any residency points to have evidence of residency.
Sure.
Obviously, if the address is changed even from what we were able to self-verify using some of our records, that would be helpful. I have, let's see, two other questions. One having to do with the facility. In your application, you referenced that you would pursue Energy Star certification. I'm wondering, with the remodeling you've done to the facility already, have you utilized any Energy Star equipment, appliances, mechanicals?
Have we?
Water heater?
Yeah, we've got water heaters. We do have, obviously the newest types of toilets, faucets, because it was a complete remodel back in the end of 2017. So we actually would like to get our building certified. I did do some research on that, Jacob, but unfortunately, because of COVID, there was some delaying in that process. But we still plan on making sure that that does happen as quickly as possible. I have not, to be very frank, I have not looked into it since June. But that is something that we definitely do want to do, is put that process in place.
Okay. And my final question had to do with your neighborhood outreach plans. Being that you are open and operational as a medical marijuana provisioning center, I'm wondering if you could tell me if you've done any neighborhood outreach activities in the lead up to opening the current establishment. And if you could just give us some examples of any of that type of activity or other neighborhood interactions you've had since beginning your project on West Michigan Street.
I have been looking also into if you're kind of like talking about like donations and things like that to help.
No, I'm not looking at donations. I'm talking specifically about interactions with folks who may own property or reside or operate a business in the vicinity of your business operation. So have you been engaged with any property owners, other business owners, to let them know about your business, to entertain or provide a method for them to reach you if they had concerns or questions, anything of that nature?
Can I say something?
Yeah.
We did reach out to Dr. Roy, the oncologist in the area, and he was very happy that we were in the area for his cancer patients. And also, I know the Culligan man, and I know the guy across the street, the Michigan building. We've had discussions before. So we do kind of know those two businesses. We have a relationship with those people that we have each other's numbers if something should come up, and we have been able to discuss things very well, and we are not at any odds with anybody. I think the fact that we do have a really nice building, that our clients or our patients are respectful of the neighborhood. And considering, as many people that come through here, and even the residential people have no complaints about us, because I think we just know that we demand respect, and we don't put up with any noise. It's not a head shop here. It's a medical marijuana shop. And we do kind of want to keep it low key. We're not going to have loud music or crazy things going on here because we're still a medical marijuana shop and we are catering and will always cater to the medical marijuana patients.
And other than that, I have introduced myself to a lot of the other business owners through downtown. We've had other business owners bring their business cards, any type of flyers and things that they would like to do. So mingling with the other business owners in downtown Mount Pleasant is something that we strive to do more, and we'll continue to do so.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you. Jeremy or Paul, do you have any additional questions you want to pose to Gary Investments?
Yeah, so I know, Caleb, it's relatively recent that you became 50% owner. So is that all fully finalized through, I mean, we have some documentations of the transfer, but is that fully finalized through Laura and everything? All those I's have been dotted, T's have been crossed on that end?
Yes, for sure.
51%.
As far as like a confirmation, the most recent thing I got was a survey that the MRA sent to owners of businesses. I could forward that to the city, maybe take a screenshot of Akella, but yeah, it has been all finalized.
Okay. And then the three managers that you reference, I know you said you were playing a bigger role as the manager. Now as an owner, are Deb and Caleb, are the two of you still going to be managing, or are you just more going to be on the ownership side, and then there will be those three managers will be other individuals?
Yeah, it'll be probably just more on the ownership side. We already have promoted from within to fulfill a lot of roles. We have multiple sales managers and one that's going to be an inventory manager, especially for rec. That's going to be very necessary. And we have a GM too. So.
Okay. That was all I had. You kind of covered the other stuff, Jacob.
Perfect. Paul, do you have anything else to ask?
No, sir.
All right. Well, I'll echo what Paul said. I certainly haven't heard any complaints in the planning and zoning office as a result of your location at any point in your ownership, and we had nothing on file from a code enforcement perspective. So I certainly, knowing all of you for what's going on several years now, I certainly wasn't expecting there to be any issues or complaints, but nevertheless, being our first and longest opened provisioning center in the city, it is a great relief to see that things are, for all current signs, running really well, and the provisioning center has been an asset to the downtown. So that opportunity may not arise to share that at our next meeting. So I just wanted to acknowledge that now. It is appreciated. The way, the manner in which you are conducting the business.
I do want to mention, we do appreciate the work that was done on Michigan Street. It is just incredibly beautiful. I don't know if you three had anything to do with that, but with the new sidewalks, new street, the new benches, if you haven't taken a stroll down Michigan Street lately, you got to do so. It's beautiful. Thank you so much.
I don't think any of us did, but we'll go ahead and take the credit for it as long as you're happy. So perfect. Well, with that, as long as no one else on the committee has any questions, I thank you for your time this morning. You're welcome to continue to stay with us or to jump back on the call later if you're interested in what some of the other applicants are asked or have to offer. But otherwise, we'll look forward to seeing you on the 21st.
Okay, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
Have a
Thank
good
you,
day.
Jacob. Thanks, Jeremy. Thanks, Paul.
We're going to go ahead and go into recess again, and we will reconvene at 10:30 with CJO Services, LLC.
Hey Jacob, how's it going?
Good.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I'm just getting to work out here trying to pick up the. I don't know if I'm going to be able to fit this on my desk to reference, but we'll see. So,
I know. I feel bad using that much paper. I really do.
well, it was we left ourselves open to that outcome. So, um,
Trust me, I think other cities have had it worse, in my experiences.
yeah, I know a lot of folks do a lot of replication of the LARA processes, um, and as a consequence, get a tremendous amount of information. So,
Oh yeah, not to even mention the state level amount of paperwork that is printed and given to MRA. Thankfully, they've, over the last year, really pushed applicants to do things electronically. But in the past, you would just come hand bankers boxes in. So that was
uh,
not good for the trees.
no, probably cost the state a lot of money just for storage and office space for all of that too.
Yeah, I can't imagine. Rooms and rooms of it.
You mean we found a product that marijuana cannot solve? They can't be used for paper?
I think it can actually.
Hemp. I believe I've heard hemp can be used for paper. It used to be, I believe.
Well, I know there's hemp textiles, right?
Yeah.
And they're very durable and whatnot. So yeah, okay. Well,
On that note, I'll go ahead and call us back from recess. Ryan, do you have anyone else on your side that you're expecting to participate today?
Our general counsel may come to the meeting, but he's been dealing with some stuff, so it might just be me.
Okay.
So I will leave that as an option of him maybe showing up, but it may just be me.
Okay. Well, you weren't on the call this morning when we first convened, were you?
I joined at 9:30 and watched the gentleman from Cary.
Gotcha.
What was
So
that?
I'll just to let you know, we're in your time slot now. We're going to try to stay on schedule.
Great.
You've got the 2 consecutive time slots. There may
Yep.
be some questions given the nature of the common entity background where we may have some questions may be able to be answered in this first session. So I suspect we'll probably be done early. We've been going back and forth into recess as need be. And I would just say if anybody else from your group does join, if you just could let Jeremy know so he can let them in. And we just would ask that they introduce themselves so we know who is speaking. So this has so far been pretty informal. We'll give each member of the committee a chance to ask some questions. For the most part, we're just trying to get additional clarification on what we've reviewed in the documents submitted, and we'll go from there. I did let the folks at the beginning of the meeting know that we're planning to do the scoring on August 21st, which is
Okay.
Friday at 9 o'clock in the morning. I don't know how long that will take, but we plan to start at 9 on August 21st, and we'll get a formal notification out in that regard soon, but just to give everybody some advanced warning that it's what we're looking at. So with that, if you're good to go, I will turn things over and see if Paul or Jeremy have any questions to start us off.
First of all, I thought that it was a very comprehensive application. For me, the most important stuff is in the little tabs, from tab 2 through tab, through, I guess, tab 30 is where I kind of focused most on, versus the financials, because the police department isn't in it to make money or anything like that. What we're in it to do is make sure our community has great standards, good quality of life, is safe, and secure. So with that, I just want you to know where I'm coming from as the director of public safety, where I focus the majority of my time. First, you're no smoking on the premise. Is that just going to be outside the front door? Can employees go in the back and smoke?
We don't typically allow that, so I think that'll probably be.
So I did notice one thing in the application. There were questions in the human resource section, or statements in the human resource section, that say avoid it. You just use the word typically. Give me an exception.
I guess it would only be if a law or an ordinance would require us to allow smoking breaks.
Okay. All right. That makes sense.
We don't want to break any rules or regulations that allow for smoking breaks. I guess I'm not 100% certain if Mount Pleasant has anything in place there, but if there isn't anything in place, we don't allow any smoking on site.
Okay. As far as your odor mitigation, it looked, and I appreciate the schematics, but I didn't see in there how many of those. Is just one sufficient?
Yeah, so one is usually sufficient. We have one at two of our. We kind of base it on whether or not there is any odor, and if there's been any complaints, either from customers or neighbors. And we have one in two of our shops in Lansing. It's a pretty big unit. It's similar to the specs that I showed you. We don't have one in Mount Pleasant at our current location yet, just because there hasn't been any customers coming inside. And we'll probably get to this later, but we've been in contact with all the neighboring businesses, and there haven't been any complaints. We actually asked them, but we do have the ability to install one, and we think we probably will once we start allowing more customers inside, and the doors are going to be opening and closing a lot more.
Yeah, because one of the, barring the noise, and granted you're in the main thoroughfare through Mount Pleasant, and not really near a neighborhood per se, the odor will, if not remedied, will be an issue.
Absolutely.
So I hope that you're proactive. I saw in there that you had a number of studies that said something about the flowers are what cause the odor, and if they're packaged in a different location versus on site, that helps immensely, which I didn't know, which was very
Yeah, it does. And we are going to do that. We try to prepackage as much of our flour as possible, because, as you may have put together, most of our flour is coming internally from our own grow facilities. So
now, you said you reached out to other businesses. I was going to save this question for Mr. Kane, but I have to ask, what did any of those other businesses express concern?
not that I'm aware of. So the way we've reached out is we sent a few emails to a few neighborhood associations, just letting them know we're here. If they had any questions, let us know. We do intend to have an ability for them to come to a meeting, maybe like an after hours get together. We've done that before in Lansing. It's been helpful for businesses that wanted to join. But on top of that, we train all of our general managers to go and actually introduce themselves to the neighboring businesses, and let them know what our story is. If they have concerns or questions, relay them back to us. Those get relayed back to HR. Our general manager there, Manny Estrada, has gone and spoken to all the businesses in the little multi-tenant building, I think including JR's, Honan House Restaurant. I can't remember the other one. I think it's a cell phone store. And we haven't gotten any negative feedback. He's spoken to them all.
Okay. And other than that, the traffic, I think is, there's parking there that seems to be adequate thus far. And obviously there's a whole bunch behind there. So I really don't have any other questions. I thought that the application was unbelievably detailed. So
And just one other thing to note for you, Paul. We do also train Manny to be in touch with code enforcement for any activities that might potentially be a violation, whether it's promos or signage. So he actually reaches out, and if there's any question or concerns, they follow up with me, the legal side. So we try to stay on top of that as well from a local code enforcement perspective.
and the human resource part of it about teamwork, positive attitude, dress code, so to speak, that's all right up my alley for a professional appearance, and holding your employees accountable. So I was pleased with that section. So with that, I'm gonna give up or pass it to the next person so they can get their questions.
Thanks, Paul.
All right, Jeremy, did you have something?
Yeah, maybe just a quick one. I would echo what Paul said. That was extensive and very detailed. So it lends itself to less questions when there's lots of detail to some degree. But this is the location where what was transferred, and you're currently open right now. And are you fully opening as medical, correct, in this location?
Yes, sir, we are. We've been open for a few months now.
Okay.
Our start date we got approved on 4/15, so soon after that.
Okay.
Yeah, I had it done. I think May 4th was the date of opening in the application.
Gotcha. And then that's all fully transferred and done on Laura's side, correct?
Yes, sir. Yep. Everything is above board and the state's aware. And we've been open, and we've only been doing curbside since we've been open,
Okay.
following all the COVID policies.
Now, the financial investment is a little bit on the lower side. Is that just simply because you have the existing business, so you don't think there's going to be that much build out to go from medical to recreational?
Yeah, I mean, it's my understanding that there isn't a lot that we can do as a tenant in that multi-unit building in terms of material changes to the building or structure. I mean, we're going to try to do what we can to improve some of the trade fixtures, and potentially our goal is to improve some of the equipment and appliances to make them more energy efficient. But I'm not sure how much else we could do. We can't, make too many changes, I don't believe, to the landscaping or parking or the actual building itself. We are going to do some interior design upgrades once we're allowed to have customers back in the store. So there's going to be some newer high-end interior design, some repainting, a nice ambiance for customers in the waiting room. So that's all in the plans.
Okay.
If I could jump in, Jeremy, I wanted to
Yep.
I had a question about that as well. Looking back at the permitting for this project, for the medical license, it looked like the expected investment cost here for the recreational was actually somewhat higher. And I know there was I would imagine, significantly more work done for the medical build out, transitioning from the chocolate store to the new retail format. So I just wanted to clarify if that tangible capital investment amount, is that inclusive of the work that's already been done? And if not, I mean, I guess I'm somewhat skeptical that there would be a higher level of dollar investment at this point, given that things are already established for marijuana sales in that suite.
Let me pull up I'm just pulling up the investment, the dollar amount. Are you looking at just the this year's investment amount?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would kind of ask where I had found that there was $157,000 listed for the first year capital investment, if that's correct.
Okay. Yep, I have our construction budget pulled up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that $124,000 investment, it could cost that much for the interior redesign that we plan. We are trying to do some much more high-end display cases and maybe doing some changes to the way that things are displayed, the locations and the point of sales. Um, so I do think that it could potentially be that much for the interior reinvestment once we, one of the things we're probably going to do, just to give you a head up, is potentially rebrand so that all of our stores have the same branding. So that is a part of it. There's going to be some costs that go along with that.
Okay. Jeremy, did you have any other questions?
Not right this second, so go ahead.
Okay. I want to go to the background of the applicant. I
Okay.
just had a question I noted in this application and in the following application that we'll discuss, that for the younger Mr. Rapp and Mr. Guzman, I don't want
Yep, Uzman.
to, there was some elements of their resumes that were identical that I presume, like I'm assuming that they didn't have the same major, minor in college, the same GPA, the same extracurriculars. I mean, it's, I guess, theoretically possible. It just seemed unlikely.
Maybe that could be a typo,
Okay.
Jacob. I apologize. I would need
Okay.
to pull that up.
I just I'll throw that out there. I just was curious, just to know what elements of those might be apply to who. I think I was reading between the lines, they may apply to Mr. Rapp. I believe his resume was also included ahead of Mr. Guzman's resume, but
So can you point me to is that the education that you're speaking of?
yeah, let me, so on, that's Mr. Usman, not Guzman, I'm sorry. Page 2 of his resume, under, the Michigan State University section was the same as Jared's resume. On page 2 of his resume, that whole section about Michigan State University was very similar. Not completely identical to the point where I thought, well, maybe it is almost completely identical. I mean, the formatting is different, but all of the other items are exactly the same.
To be honest, they were good friends in college. So that could be accurate. I'm starting to think that that's not a typo. I'll have to confirm for you guys,
Okay.
because I don't know exactly the specifics, but I know that they became very good friends while studying undergrad in college. So that could be.
If it is a typo, can we get updated, an updated resume or the correct information?
Definitely. I will get you guys that by the end of today if that's a typo.
Is that okay, Mr. Chair?
I would just be interested in knowing what's accurate. I don't want to make any assumptions on that. And I can understand with thousands of pages of documents when a mistake like that might be overlooked. My second question had to do with the staffing plan. And so I guess we'd be under tab number 6 in the human resources section. The plan indicates that there would be 41 FTEs associated with this location. However, again, trying to kind of analyze what's actually proposed, it seems like a significant number of those FTEs are staff that would be working in the company, but not necessarily working in Mount Pleasant. So folks who might be doing work on behalf of the Mount Pleasant location, but not necessarily be based in or focused on the retail side of the operation. When I went through those positions to try to figure out what was specific to our local location, it seemed like the FTE total was closer to 10, would you be able to shine some light on how accurate my assessment of that might be in terms of the actual local FTEs?
Yeah, so if it's a full-time up and running medical and recreational retail store, 41 is on the high end. So some of those would be potentially administrative staff that could potentially be located in Mount Pleasant. That would be a goal, whether it be a regional manager or an HR generalist below our head of HR, because we have multiple shops. But it could be close to 30 that would be in the shop. Right now we have 19 employees, and that's greatly reduced due to COVID and just nobody coming in the store. So I could see it being closer to the 30 range of, feet on the ground day to day. Obviously with COVID, the more administrative they are, the more likely they won't come into the shop in the future. I guess I didn't anticipate that when I wrote this. So there's going to be more off-site. I don't know. I don't recall if it required the on-site to be considered an FTE.
I guess I'm mainly asking, just looking at the totality of the applications we received. Everyone obviously took a different approach to every question, and to be able to make a more of an apples to apples comparison, most applicants discussed positions that were being created specific to the retail operation on the ground, the day to day in Mount Pleasant. So I just want to make sure that I'm able to do some apples to apples comparison in terms of what's proposed. So that does help.
Yeah, there's a good chance that not all 41 of those would be on site day to day, and there would be some administrative full-time folks that we would hire just by necessity of having the shop open and running on all cylinders.
I went through some of the payrolls that were in your pro forma, and I think that's partly how I came out to the about 10 people using your base rate of pay, assuming that if your salaries for year one at that base rate of pay for a 40-hour work week, it came out to about 10, a little over 10 full-time equivalent positions just from that pro forma document. So if you have anything further to shine a light on that, I would welcome it. But I just wanted to make sure, as I said, that we were had some apples to apples.
Yeah, I guess that I'd have to look at that pro forma again. I don't believe I have it pulled up, but I definitely can tell you that we have 19 employees working right now. And if we had rec and in-store sales with the redesign, that number would be going up.
I think I just have one final question. How involved is the ownership? So there's multiple people in this ownership group. How involved is the ownership group in the day-to-day operations of a particular provisioning center or retailer?
So Dr. Rapp is less involved. He's more of a strategic owner, very high level. He's a full-time doctor. So he runs a spinal clinic. So he has a job. So he's more of an advisory, investor, strategic, compliance role. He has a lot of experience working with his medical license. Jared is definitely involved day to day with the business, and I would say that includes potentially weekly with the actual one of the locations. If there aren't, the less he's involved, typically the better, because he has the experience of dealing with compliance issues and all of his liquor licensing experience, how to properly structure the business and set up our policies so that we're in compliance. And I work day to day with the companies with Jared on that. So I'm the one who's usually the compliance person that's day to day. I'll talk to Manny, our general manager, often, but Jared is involved, and Sam is very involved. The general managers have him in their phones. They can call him anytime. He stops by the shops once every week or so. He has recently been working very hard on getting the grow facility up and running, but that is in a better place now. So he's refocusing on retail. So he's cycling through the shops, working with our HR manager, working with our general managers to make sure that things are running smoothly, making strategic decisions on how we package everything, how we set up sales and promotions, how we do training for new employees. So he's very involved with the business. I would say he's the most hands-on owner that I've dealt with for a company this large.
Perfect. Thank you.
And Kristen is a little less involved. She's like Dr. Rapp. She's strategic in her involvement as well.
Well, if she keeps visiting MIT, yeah, I wouldn't say she has much time to.
Yeah.
I saw MIT on there, and I was like,
she's
wow.
also been dealing with a lot of COVID issues at Michigan State.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of, as you can imagine, there's some contracts that need to be reviewed to determine
Sure.
where all these employees and these different vendors stand at Michigan State, given all the, even the announcement yesterday. So she's been very busy, but Jared and Sam are very involved day to day. I can call them anytime. And if a general manager has a question that I don't know the answer to, they can get directly in touch or through me.
I want to talk a little bit about the financials, and this question likely applies to both applications.
Okay.
This and the Northeast application, since they're fairly similar. Looking at the, I'm hoping my IKEA desk holds up to the weight of both applications sitting on it. It's kind of bowing under the weight. So hopefully it doesn't collapse. In the event, comparing some of the profitability outlooks for the companies that have applied, and specifically looking at kind of comparing the income to the debt payment, it seemed as though this was one of the lower performing retailers. Just looking at I tried to look a couple years out. I understand that, getting a couple years into a new business, and especially a new business that's in a new industry, is going to take some time. So I tried to focus for all of the companies on, 2 or 3 years into operations. And, just looking at those numbers, it seemed like revenues for these facilities were quite a bit lower in projection than some of the other applicants were projecting. And then just that kind of ratio of debt to income was quite a bit lower. I'm admittedly not a expert reviewer of financial documents. I will not pretend to be, but just looking at how those earnings compared to some of the debt load, it sounded like the typical metric that investors would look at for the security of the investment and the financial outlook of the company, that these two applications were actually quite a bit below those targets a couple years in. So I didn't know if you have any insights on, I think we've got 13 or 19 locations already operating around the state, where their cash position is. Are they profitable in all of the existing locations? Are we profitable here with our provisioning center in Mount Pleasant? And if you might have some sense of why the profitability targets for a couple years out with this retailer are where they are.
Yeah, so a large, and I will say as well, I'm not an expert on the financials. I did not prepare those. Our in-house accountant prepared those, and so I'll do my best to explain. But one of the big aspects of that, well, the two big aspects are is that we wanted to be conservative in our estimate. We didn't want to overpromise and underdeliver when it came to this part of the application. We do have a track record of running provisioning centers and retail facilities. They're all profitable, and we have over a year now of medical sales, licensed medical sales, along with history before that of temporary operator sales. So I can definitely tell you confidently that they're profitable businesses in a silo. One of the big reasons that the net income looks so low is due to this IRS provision called 280E. Are you familiar with the 280E problems of cannabis businesses at all?
It sounds familiar, but why don't you go ahead and let us know?
Well, basically, a retailer can deduct a lot less expenses from their revenue than a typical non cannabis retailer, because the way the IRS code is written, it's still considered illegal, and so they can't deduct certain expenses. And a way that a vertically integrated operator would avoid that is charge at the high end of wholesale for the inventory that they're selling to their internal retailer. So the way that you can avoid some of those 280E problems is you just, in the range of what's reasonable to sell wholesale product to the retailer, you go on the far end of the high end, and that makes the retail portion of the business less profitable and the grow portion more profitable. You end up paying less tax on it.
So do you think, I mean, I would assume that you wouldn't be the only applicant that might be, you're all facing that challenge unless there's vertical integration. And it sounds as though the plan here is to have vertical integration.
Yeah, we have vertical integration in place already. So our grow facility is up and running. Most of our product at the Mission Street location is coming from our grow facility and for our other locations as well. So that is in place. I'm not sure why the other locations put a higher net profit, maybe because they thought it would score more points. That's the only reason I can think of. I think that a savvy investor would be aware of the reasons why we would try to minimize profits at the retail location when they know that all the inventory is coming internally.
I kind of wondered in part too, given my estimation of this is that at least with this South Mission Street location, this is one of the instances of lower capital investment among our applicants, which is not a surprise given that you're not the owner and you're occupying an existing retail space with the limitations that you identified earlier in terms of your investment opportunity here. So we have other folks that are investing significantly more money in their properties and nevertheless seem to believe that they will have greater profitability. So I just wanted to kind of dig into that, but I appreciate that. That is the deduction piece. I didn't know it as 280E, but that is what I was thinking of in terms of the impact on the financials.
Yes, we wish we could say we were going to make more of a capital investment. I just didn't want to inflate numbers. We talked to our professional engineer in-house and third-party commercial construction guys, and there's really just a limit on what we can do at that location. And so we wanted to be accurate with those estimates and also accurate with these projections based on the 280E coverage. It's a big part of the business to make it profitable, and we think that if we can stay profitable, and these are conservative, so this could be better, then it will be a valuable asset to the business that will continue to be an asset we'll keep long term. We really like Mount Pleasant as a good middle tier location to really add our brand to a good college town, Michigan City, based on everything that we've done in our research and sales so far and customer feedback.
Are there any other questions on the CJO Services South Mission Street application?
I'm good.
Paul, are you all set?
I'm all set. Thank you, sir.
All right, so let's shift over to, as I said, I think some of those answers are going to carry through on the Northeast Services LLC application. Ryan, I'm assuming you're going to continue to be the spokesperson.
Yep,
for this one?
I'm the one.
Okay, perfect. I just have one additional question on this one, and I guess it would sort of cross over to the previous application a bit, although to a lesser extent. In the tangible capital investment piece, obviously the proposed initial capital investment is quite a bit higher, but this was, I think, the only application, or these two were the only applications that indicated there would be capital investment over a period of multiple years. And I wonder if you could talk a little bit about what exactly that would entail in years beyond year one when we're doing a build out and construction.
Yeah, so one thing that we've done that's helped keep us capital flow in a good place is phase in construction projects. So I think that we'll probably do multiple phases of the actual capital investment. I honestly couldn't tell you which portion would make the most sense to do in year one and what would make sense to do in year two. That would be something I would have to get more intel from our professional engineer or our construction partner, because it could depend on the building. It could depend on how the code permitting works. But it's more just a way to keep cash flow healthy and phase in all the improvements and changes. I don't know if that's looked at by the city as a bad thing. I mean, we could, if it's preferable to the city, do it all in 1 year. But I didn't think I saw anything in the scoring that said if it was over 1 year or multiple years, there would be a difference in the way that it was looked at from a scoring criteria perspective.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure I just understood what the intent behind that was, because as I said, as far as I can recall, all of the other capital investment numbers provided were sort of propositioned as a single project to get the facility up and operational. So just wanted to make sure I wasn't making a false inference about what that intention of that multi-year phasing or staging was.
Yeah, it's more just based on our experience of building out these facilities and knowing how it goes. It tends to just require a few phases. I'd be surprised if other facilities get everything done in one project. We found it's definitely better to do it in a few phases where we can look back on phase one and see what we did right and wrong, and then improve on it for the second phase. I think you end up building things the right way and saving a little money, and also having a cleaner, more healthy capital budget in the long run. So those are some of the core reasons.
All right, Jeremy and Paul, does anyone have questions on the Northeast Services application?
Yeah, Ryan, a lot of the stuff was kind of the same, so I don't have a lot of different questions than what we've already talked about. But with your existing medical store on Mission, and then if you were to get this application on Pickard, would there be a sharing of employees, or would those be completely separate full-time employees at, if you were to have the medical in one and the recreational in another, or would they be back and forth? How would that work?
There's potential for some slight overlap. For the most part, just looking at how we have our Lansing stores set up, we try to have the employees work in only one store for several reasons. Just their comfort. They get used to working with customers. They get used to having a good cadence with the general manager. It's also easier to manage and keep them to certain responsibilities. The manager can do a better job of auditing their work and making sure that our standards stay high. If we have employees going from one location to the other and the manager's not familiar with them, and they don't really have a track record at that location, it's harder to keep the same standards in place and checks and balances. So I'd say for the most part, we're going to try to keep them separate. There may be some covering of shifts that occur, and probably some overlap on, so like the regional manager obviously will go between stores, but the day-to-day folks on the ground, like your bud tenders and receptionists, we tend to try to keep those to a specific location, just because I think it makes sense from a business perspective, for those reasons I listed, to do so. But I can't say there won't be any overlap, but we try to avoid it.
So there would be less overlap on those more front counter type positions, but are we to assume, like, if you're having, I think you list like an IT director in there, that IT director would, whether on site or off site, would be looking at both stores, or maybe multiples of your stores. So you're not going to have completely siloed where you're going to have those things for each store, or is that the case?
Yeah, I think at that high level, it would probably be somebody that would be able to go between the stores.
Gotcha.
But it's probably a case by case, and just bandwidth at a high, for the higher level positions. If there's bandwidth for them to go between, then that would occur. If there's not, then we'd probably hire one for each. But definitely on the daily staff, the daily operational staff on the ground dealing with customers, those would be store specific.
Okay, thank you.
No on-site security, correct? Other than the cameras?
We've gone back and forth with that. I can't recall what I said in the application.
I didn't see any anything.
I believe when I wrote this, it was before all the events that have transpired recently. So we've actually added some on-site security to our Lansing shops. Some of them are after hours. Well, they'll just sit in a vehicle to make sure that no windows get broken. And I think there are some instances where we have them on call. If the political landscape is heightened a little bit, then we'll bring them in. So I don't want to say that we're never going to have on-site security. That could end up being in the cards, just because of the recent developments with protests and things of that nature. There's been other businesses that we're aware of in Lansing, cannabis businesses that were targeted. So that kind of made us reconsider that expense. So there is definitely a possibility for that if we think it's safer to do so, or if the city recommends it. I mean, we definitely want you to feel safe, or feel that we're being as safe as we can with our employees. So we have experience hiring on-site security. We know kind of how to sniff out good ones from bad ones, whether if we're hiring a third-party security company. So we would definitely be willing to add that to the mix if the city thought it was important.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee?
I'm good.
All right. Well, Ryan, thank you so much for your time today. And we really appreciate it. And I suppose if we don't see you sooner, feel free to remain on the call if you want to observe the other applicant time periods. Otherwise, we will look forward to seeing you on August 21st, virtually.
Virtually. Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Jacob, Jeremy, and Paul. I appreciate your time.
Yep, thank you.
No problem. We'll go into recess and reconvene at 11:30 with Loon Cannabis Broomfield.
Can you guys hear me?
Right, once we've got Paul and Jeremy back, we'll go ahead and have recess. All right, we're back. I will turn to you, John, to start off. If you could let us know who is on the call for Loom.
Got it, no problem. Hello, everyone. Jacob, Jeremy, and Paul. I got my colleague Brian Tomio on the line, our architect Chris Enright, who did the plans for both properties, Kevin Blair, who's our outside counsel, and Sydney Smith, who is the partner in the development of both of the projects.
Great, thank you very much. I don't know if any of you were on the call at 9 o'clock.
Yep.
Okay, so we're basically just going to go through some questions on behalf of the committee. Given that we've got a lot of similarities between the Broomfield and Mission applications, some of our questions may be answered for both in this first round.
Great.
See where we may bleed over on our Broomfield conversation into that Mission time slot, if that's all right with everyone. So we can cover those general questions now. So I will go ahead and we'll get started by turning things over to our committee members. Paul, Jeremy, who wants to ask the first question?
I'll let Jeremy go first this time. It's good to see you, Mr. Smith.
Sid, I think you're on mute.
Sorry about that. So just looking at some of your capital investments, I'm sure Jacob has some questions on this as well, but can you just talk to us a little bit about, there's some differences there in the levels of those. So kind of, is that just you're going to be building out those buildings at 2 different levels, or, as far as, we're talking about the Broomfield, or no, we're talking about which one are we talking about first? The Mission one?
Starting with Broomfield, probably
Broomfield.
if it's a question that's applicable to both.
Yeah. So if you could just talk a little bit about what those capital investments and the difference in those two.
Yeah, I think Chris, you might be better suited to handle.
Sure. So, hi, Chris, the architect. We've been, Jacob and I have been working together for a while, and he's familiar with Bell Tire. We started working together 10 years ago with the Bell Tire store. So that's how we know Don and Bob Barnes, is through that relationship with the Partners for Loom. So regarding the Broomfield project, the differences there in between that and Mission Street, the Broomfield is a more comprehensive type development because it's a 2-story building. So the project on Mission Street is smaller in scope in terms of the scale of the property as well as the building itself. But because of the requirements for the zoning ordinance for a 2-story building on the Broomfield site, and the additional complications of working in a more urban type of development and a tighter proximity on the site, that scope of that project is more than the Mission Street project.
Okay.
The constructions for both projects are very much the same: concrete block, steel structure for the roof, walls are concrete block, typical commercial significant construction for both projects.
And then on both of them, you have a range of FTEs. Is that just kind of hedging as far as what kind of actual sales you'll be seeing to begin with, or is it related to something else?
Yeah, so when you say FTEs, the full-time employees, correct?
Correct, yes.
Yep, so yeah, 20 to 24 that we're estimating. That's typical, with respect to some of our Class A, retail shops throughout Michigan, such as Kalamazoo, where we have 25 plus employees, Walled Lake as well. So, that is, that would be the typical range there.
And those are about the same size operations and storefront that you're proposing here?
Yes, Walled Lake, I believe, is similar in size to these, to both of these Mount Pleasant locations. Kalamazoo is a larger building. It was one of our first ones, and that's currently the busiest shop. I think we have we have around 28 employees over there. It's my understanding.
Okay. That was all I had to start out with. Paul, if you want to jump in.
I just want to say that I like the standards of conduct that for me starts with starts the avoidance of issues when you have standards of conduct that are clearly expressed. So I think it pays dividends further down the road. Do you guys plan to have on-site security during business hours?
Yes, we sure do. Currently, at all of our establishments right now, we contract to have outside security, one to two security guards, depending on the busyness of the site. Pretty reputable company. All security guards go through background checks. MSO is the name of the company. I think they're based out of Bay City. That's
so you would you would use them in the Mount Pleasant store?
I mean, our preference would be to source some individuals from the Mount Pleasant area, but they do a lot of MSO does a lot of independent contractor work where they'll have independent contractors who just run through their organization.
Talk to me about the security within the store as far as video surveillance and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. So every single one of our stores, including these Mount Pleasant locations, will both be in full compliance with LARA's regulations with respect to security, video surveillance, limited access areas versus restricted access areas. Wherever there's product being transferred or wherever there's product, there will be 24-hour video camera activity on those areas. It's a requirement of LARA. We're currently doing this at all of our locations, and we would obviously make no exception to this Mount Pleasant location. So 24-hour video surveillance, cameras at all the ingress and egress points, and then we currently use Guardian Alarm as our vendor to for anything burglary related, and they have 24-hour security on with respect to that property.
Okay. Any violations with Lara at the other stores?
Violations with Lara at the other stores.
None of the stores have had violations.
Not with Lara. We had one minor violation in the city of Adrian, where it was just a miscommunication between. We had opened up. There was a requirement in Adrian that you can't use the word cannabis in any signage. And when we first opened our store, our launch team had a flag that was put in front of the store, and it said, it's our brand, Loom Cannabis Co. So within our name was the cannabis language, and the city of Adrian cited us for a violation there. But since then we've been in constant communication with the city attorney over there, Tamaris Hennigan. She understands that was we provided her obviously we rectified the situation, and she is happy with our compliance on a going forward basis now. So.
And the only other thing I have, and again, I may have missed it, air filtration and whatnot, is that addressed in here?
Yes, so that is included in our area impact plan. That's under Exhibit E, and it should be on the third page. Or I'm sorry, it should be on the fifth page. It's currently what we have in place at all of our other locations where we haven't had any violations with respect to odor. It encompasses having, 2 levels of HEPA filters that are recirculated throughout the building.
All right. Yeah, I did see that. For me, the loitering, which is addressed, is huge. The traffic as far as parking issues, but that's been addressed in design. And then obviously the security is important, but the odor are things that will get you right away. And so has there been any complaints of the odor? I'm not talking violations, but I'm talking complaints where somebody has said, you know what, I have a dog, or I have a nose like a greyhound or a beagle. I can smell things from a mile away. I smell it. It's bugging me.
Hey, John, can you hear me? And Paul, can you hear me? This is Brian.
Yep. Hi, Brian.
How's it going?
Good, sir.
I think it's important to note one thing when we think about the odor coming out of the dispensary. All of our product for flower is going to be sourced from our facility in Everett, and we do package all our stuff in tins. So if you were able to see our store, any of our 10 stores, our 10 rec stores, you'd see that most of the stuff that we have is already prepackaged. So we haven't had any complaints, as far as I'm aware, related to odor coming out of our dispensary. And I think Chris can address the air filtration system that he uses inside of the facility to make sure that that's not an issue. right?
Okay.
So the flour's not gonna, it doesn't pop out of our tins and wind up on the floor. So there's very little waste. There's very little odor. Hasn't been an issue in any of the other 10 sites.
I'm good. Thank you. Jacob, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I'm going to move over to the finances. I had a question for both applications, North Mission and Broomfield. It appeared that the financial projections and expected income were identical. And I will admit, I'm not projecting income, and financial planning for marijuana businesses is not my expertise, but it would seem that there would be some differential based on the size of the stores, their location within our community. Just knowing existing businesses in our community that are located on different parts of the community have different income potential. I'm just curious why the financials are presented in that manner and what your level of confidence is that they accurately represent both locations.
Jacob, I'll take that one. In terms of the finances, we have a tremendous amount of data from the 10 operating stores that we have. We have very little visibility as to the difference between one location in southern Mount Pleasant and another one in northern location in the north there. So with all the changes that are taking place through COVID, we've had to continually adapt our model. We do have intentions of supplying those stores with all of our own, product coming out of Everett. And when we look at a pro forma for a store, we make assumptions. And those assumptions are always subject to change, and we constantly reforecast every month. So each month what we do is we see how we're doing in the other 10 stores, and then we'll reforecast for each of the new stores that we're going to put online. And then that will actually be calculated into our financial model. So those are all assumptions, but on average, we're very, very confident that those numbers will be hit with those 2 stores. And obviously, I think there will be variability between the 2. One might have more traffic, one might be closer to the school. So they should have variability, but trying to predict that and forecast that before we open, it's anybody's guess, and it's more, it's more subjective than anything else. But we are very confident with what we've seen in the other stores that we should be able to hit those numbers.
Following up on that, if both store locations are selected, what impact would you anticipate on your income and revenue as a result of operating 2 facilities in the same community?
Well, if both stores are selected, we should be able to hit both of those numbers. And the reason why is because the size of the Mount Pleasant market, 3 rec stores relative to the total population within Mount Pleasant, we're pretty confident that we'll be able to see that top line number in both of those stores. Now, one could be, slightly ahead of the other, one could be behind the other, but in general, we think that that's the amount of the market that we'd be able to capture with those 2 stores.
Do you think if you only had 1 store open, that one store would be more profitable than you're projecting?
Yeah, very easily. Yeah, I think it, if you look at the range, if you look at the range amongst the stores, that we have in there, that's probably within the low end of the range, right? So I think there's probably some upside there. But at the end of the day, when we look at it, each one of those stores should be able to hit those numbers.
I don't have your list of licenses in front of me. I should say I do, but it's in a giant notebook. So rather than try to find it, I was wondering if you have any facilities, multiple facilities in any communities currently in Michigan.
Multiple facilities in Michigan, no.
So, do you have more than 1 retailer location in any community in Michigan at the present?
No. We have 10 total, and we have 10 total recreational licenses. So we have very extensive data on how many people are coming to the stores, how much they're spending per store, and all that. So I think we're sitting in a position where we're able to see a lot of that information. So the financials that we're generating should be, they're backed by the data that we have. And again, we're continually reforecasting every month. We don't currently have 2 stores in any one location, within 5 miles apart. But when I looked at Mount Pleasant, I saw that, the university, the traffic, the numbers, the population, right? With 3 licenses, you should be able to hit those numbers easily.
All right, I'm going to shift over to probably Chris and an architectural question. And I may have missed this, Chris, but do you know for the facade elevation on the Broomfield site, so the Broomfield side of the building, what the proposed glazing calculation is for that?
On the oh, I got the wrong set, sorry.
I'll have the same question on Mission Street too. I don't need the answer right now, but if it's more at hand.
Yeah, we've got a calculation there. So on the Broomfield site, the drawings indicate, let's see, clear glass, 60% on the second floor vertical proportion. Is that what that's saying, or is that
I was
just a
looking primarily on the ground level for Broomfield.
ground level? Oh, I'm sorry, the ground level. I apologize. 70% on the first floor, Jacob. On the Broomfield side. On our sheet SK2, there's a note on the a dimension on the bottom for the first floor of the glazing.
I will say if the choice were only mine and we're only based on site design, this would be an easy choice for me. This is a great site layout and excellent architecture. So all other factors notwithstanding, this is a great effort on that part. I have one last question, and this is again something that's kind of general to the entity. I think probably for obvious reasons, there are portions of the application packages that caused me some concern upon first reading. And in particular, you know, our overall charge as a committee is to find the applicant best suited to operate in compliance with the MRTMA. And in part for me, that means that we're going to have an entity selected that are partners with the city, and where we encounter issues and challenges that we're able to work those out cordially and without the involvement of attorneys in most cases. So I just wondered if you all would have any examples beyond the Adrian example of a time where you've maybe had some disagreement with another municipality and how you worked through that disagreement.
Yeah, I think Kevin, who's our outside counsel, might be able to speak on that.
Yeah, good morning. I appreciate the question. So we have had discussions with several municipalities and you know, have value our long relationships with all of them. I would say Owasso is a good example of a community that originally allowed medical marijuana provisioning centers, but wanted to wait, you know, 6 months to a year to allow any recreational adult use stores. And we spoke with the city officials in Owasso, and it was a very cordial conversation, and convinced them that you know, it was more nuanced. They were afraid, I wouldn't say afraid, but they were uneasy about some of the new license types under adult use that aren't available under medical. And they wanted some more time to think about those and decide whether they wanted them and how many and how to regulate them, et cetera, you know, especially the events and micro businesses and things like that. And you know, we raised with them in a completely respectful, friendly, cordial way that you know, that's fine and good, and take all the time you need for that. But there's a provision in MRTMA that the medical stores should be able to sell adult use as well. And in the course of a few weeks, I had several conversations with the council members there, and they and the city attorney, of course, and they understood the issue, agreed with us, and they kind of bifurcated the process. So they allowed the existing medical stores to start selling adult use, and they bought some more time to study the other types of licenses. Similarly, in Kalamazoo, we had a difference of opinion there, but that relationship, you know, we value that relationship. It was one of the early stores, and as John mentioned, it's one of our busiest stores now. And we had a respectful disagreement about how to interpret state law, and you know, coincidentally, the city attorney's office there my wife's best friend from elementary school, her husband is the assistant city attorney that handled that case. And so, you know, it's always respectful and cordial with every municipality, but in that case, especially, it was like, you know, we were good friends, and we agreed, you know, respectfully disagreed about a legal issue, and we tried to work it out, and they, I think, understood our legal arguments, but they had some political forces that didn't want to acknowledge the requirements of state law. And so, you know, a few months of conversations back and forth, and we eventually teamed it up for a court to decide. And, you know, our relationship with Kalamazoo has never been better. You know, there was no friction, no animosity. And we've had similar conversations with city attorneys and city officials and village officials, et cetera, around the state. So I don't want any kind of misperception that, you know, Loom's outside counsel is litigious and just, you know, browbeating municipalities around the state into doing what we want. It couldn't be further from the truth. We have, Loom has applied several places around the state. They follow through with the things that they promise. It's not like, you know, some of these places that promise the world and then they don't follow through with any of it. Loom does follow through, and they value their local relationships. John mentioned the one, you know, signage issue that we addressed immediately and resolved to everybody's satisfaction. And other than that, I mean, you might have some applicants that have zero compliance issues, but you have to take into account that Loom has 10 stores. And so, you know, somebody who has 0 stores or 1 or 2 stores, and they can say that they have 0 compliance issues, you know, Loom has a lot more experience actually operating, and they have that one compliance issue that was an honest mistake, and they fixed as soon as they realized the mistake. So I kind of went on a lot there, but the bottom line again is we value our relationship with every community. None of those conversations with any of these communities has been contentious at any time. And if any issues arise in Mount Pleasant, we would follow the exact same pattern and try to work collaboratively to address things.
And Jacob, just so if I could add one thing on that, most of the times, you know, we take investment in the community seriously, and most of the issues that have popped up is when communities wanted to go very slow from a med standpoint, and they didn't want to approve a recreational license. Okay, and what we've seen in other communities is some communities have not honored the investments that people have made in the medical licenses. And so they've had medical stores that are up and running and medical stores that have, you know, made serious investment into the community. And they've set up a separate process to award recreational licenses. So when that happens, and we have an investment, we've made an investment in the community, if the process for awarding the license is set up in a way that, you know, maybe only, you know, 2 people get a license, and that the process is set up so that the investment for the medical license wasn't part of the scoring process, right? And they create a whole new process after you already had spent $1 million to go into the city. You know, that's probably something that we would think isn't that fair, right? So most of the times when we get concerned, it's about how the rec license is going to be awarded. And I think in your scoring system, you had some points for the medical licenses, right? And if you think about an individual who made the investment in the, you know, they brought $1 million to town and then they didn't get a chance to participate in rec, then all of the people who are in Mount Pleasant, if you guys weren't in rec, they could just go to drive to the next closest rec store, right? And the people who are running the med businesses right now, they lose a lot of money because the next town is open. So in Kalamazoo, for example, you could simply drive to a rec store that's right across the street in a different community, and then your investment is jeopardized. So we have 10 recreational licenses, And the medical licenses, you know, the numbers that you're looking at, you know, the medical business itself on a standalone basis, it's not profitable. And it's really, really, really challenging to make money on the medical side of things. So it's important for us to have recreational stores to help on our, you know, the recovery of the investment and the capital that we put into the community.
Jacob.
Go ahead, Sid.
Yeah, I just want to say that one of the reasons Loom contacted me was to make sure that they did have a participant in the community that cared about the community. As you guys all know, I've developed all over the state, and we do the same kind of thing. We always try to entertain into our business a local person. And I think this is very important. And I can tell you that Brian has done everything he possibly can in meeting with me, talking about places to invest their money, such as Outreach and the Discovery Museum. And of course, you guys all know me well enough, know that Judy had some input in that. But they are definitely looking to be a local participant. And it's one of the reasons that I've partnered with them. So I just want to bring that up. Thanks.
Thanks, Sid. I'm sure you can appreciate as a group why among 10 applicants, only 2 applications included memorandum indicating that our ordinances were included illegal elements, why that might cause concern among our city staff as to whether or not partnership is what we can expect if we do have future disagreements. It was just, like I said, there's a lot of compelling elements to this application package and the one for North Mission, but I was, I guess I would say, alarmed and surprised at the approach. I'm certainly not naive about the opportunity for litigation that surrounds these selection processes. This is not our first selection process, and the city has gone all the way to the Michigan Supreme Court to address issues with a marijuana facility in the past, the not so distant past. So I'm not surprised at the potential for litigation, but it was just simply the approach. And some of what I'm hearing today makes it sound like that's perhaps not the first time that approach has been used. I want to ask a follow-up question. Are there any communities that Loom has applied to operate in to date in Michigan where they have not been issued a license?
Yeah, Edwardsburg.
I'm sorry, Jen, did you, I didn't catch what
Flint, I think, was one. Flint.
Okay. Is that the only one that we're aware of?
Am I on mute?
No, right.
Can you hear me, Jacob?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, I believe, John, we also applied in Edwardsburg.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Are those communities where you were operating medical facilities?
No.
No.
And as a result of not being selected, you're not operational in those locations?
Correct.
Okay. Good.
Was the point of that letter to kind of put us on notice? Because that's the way I took it. It was, hey, we don't agree with some of the things you're already doing. We're still going to apply, but we're putting you guys on notice right away. I had a bad taste when I saw it and read it. And it's been my experience. It's been my experience that When the marijuana industry does not get their way, it's all litigated. It's not, there's no compromise. It is litigation after litigation after litigation. And I look at this as this is going to be a long marriage, and I hear everything that you're saying, Brian, and I can appreciate it. But yeah, the letter was interesting.
Can I speak more on that, please? I want to kind of, is it mea culpa? I'm sorry if the tone of the letter rubbed anyone the wrong way, and I promise that the intent was exactly the opposite. We've submitted similar letters elsewhere in the state, as Paul indicated, almost as like a notice and we want to be your partner. We want to be here. We think we would fare well under the scoring criteria, but oh, by the way, the scoring criteria we believe doesn't comply with state law. And so that kind of goes back to trying to be a good community partner. It's not in Loom's best interest to kind of lay in the weeds and wait and see if they win the competition and then raise that issue for your attention. Because if they win the competition, one of the competitors might be trying to litigate this issue. So it was more an attempt to be proactive and say, the trend has been that a lot of municipalities throw in these extra points for things, and it hasn't been challenged in court yet, or there isn't a decision on it yet. But it wasn't meant to be a shot across the bow or a threat, or I would also, respectfully push back on the generalization that all cannabis companies are go to court if they don't get what they want. Loom has filed a couple of cases, but like I mentioned, the Kalamazoo case was entirely respectful and was throughout. And there were months of discussions before that happened, and it remained respectful the entire time. And both parties agreed to use the court system the way it was designed to resolve differences of opinion about the interpretation of state law. So it was in no way was meant to be a threat or intimidating. It was meant to say that we're gonna score well under these criteria, but please keep that in mind, because it's in our best interest to not just win the competition, of course, selfishly, but to ensure that someone else doesn't try to sue and challenge this.
Right.
And so that was the intent of the letter, and I'm sorry if it
and
rubbed anybody the wrong way. That wasn't the intent at all.
Paul, one other thing that's important to note, and Jacob and Jeremy, is there were in Warren, in the city of Warren, licenses were issued, people started their developments, construction began, everybody's investing money. There were 5 lawsuits. People who had a lot of money on the table lost their licenses because the whole process was unwound because of litigation.
Yeah.
So what we don't want to do is we wanted you to be aware of that so you can think it through, because Kevin is probably one of the, at the forefront of all this. And we have a lot of information and data that we see that you might not see. So we wanted to share that with you because it could give you a framework to think through what some of the potential issues would be. And I think when you look at it that way, there were 15 people in Warren who thought they had licenses, who spent millions of dollars on their developments, and then the license was taken away because of the litigation. So I think it's really important to understand that our industry is a little bit, you could expect the same partnership as a Bell Tire, right? And you can look at the people in the room and you can understand that that's kind of what we're bringing to town. But the litigation, I mean, we don't want to be in the middle of development and have, potentially $3 million out the door, and then all of a sudden, the license is revoked because the process is unwound. So I think it was more of a heads up, as opposed to, hey, we're trying to be aggressive in terms of what we're doing with the application. It was more of a, hey, we see things throughout the state and we wanted to share it with you. And hopefully that addresses the.
Yeah, it helps me out a lot. And Mr. Blair, I I completely agree that when there can't be mutual agreement or compromise, that we have a system set up to address that. And you're right. There's it can still be cordial running through the court process, and that's very important to me too. I've made a lot of mistakes as a investigator, and when a defense attorney points them out, he doesn't have to be rude about it or pound me into the ground. So yes, there is something to be said for that. So I respect that, and I didn't consider from your vantage point how you just explained it, and that helps me out a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, and just one final thing. I mean, tone sometimes is hard to be clear about in a letter.
Yeah.
But the reason we did it in writing is, you know, Warren is one example. Other towns are examples of it. It's important to make it so that there's not even an appearance of impropriety.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, it might have been a warmer conversation and less subject to miscommunication if I had reached out to individual members. But then, you know, there are potential Open Meetings Act implications, or, you know, the disgruntled bidders can say that you were playing favorites and you had all these phone calls with loons outside counsel and they helped, you know, kind of rework the criteria to help them. So, you know, that was one reason it was put in a letter, to make sure that there was no, you know, kind of ex parte communications. And if you're, you know, this ever comes up or there's criticism or questions about it, you can say there were no conversations other than, you know, we are having a conversation right now in an open public meeting, and the letter that is subject to, you know, FOIA if someone wanted to submit a request.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'd like to, I guess in response to some of what we hear, I'd like to say, I mean, this still does cause me concern. This is a situation where no investment has been made by the company to date. In Mount Pleasant beyond the application process. And certainly if there was concern about the legality or the ability of our process to withstand legal challenge, it was an option to not participate in our process. This isn't compulsory. It also raises, I guess, some concern for me, the notion that our public policymakers might be put in a position of crafting policy around threat of legal action when it deals with a topic like this. But I'll leave that at that for now. I appreciate everyone's open and honest conversation about that. Do any of the members of the committee have additional questions before we move on to the Mission Street location? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and move on and see what's left to talk about on the North Mission Street application. Paul or Jeremy, do you have any questions specific to that location?
I do not.
I don't either. I think we covered, you know, as we talked about both of them, it kind of covered both at the same time.
I have two questions specific to the development itself. The first is, again, probably for you, Chris, on the glazing calculation. Was that also 70% for the Mission Street side of that project?
Yes, that's correct. It's on, it's noted on sheet SK3, but 70%, it's the same amount.
Thank you. And the second question for this location had to do with the proposed ground lease. Could someone just give me some background on that particular approach to the development here and why it was used?
Sure. So the ground lease versus buying the property outright, that's a property that the owner didn't want to sell. So we used a ground lease because that was the next best thing that we could do. We liked the site, but unfortunately it wasn't for sale. So we decided to enter into a contract to lease it.
All right.
We'll build it. We're going to build the building for him on our behalf. We'll pay for that. We'll pay for the building, and then we'll enter into a long-term lease. So effectively, we're paying for the building. We're paying for we're paying the owner of the property, the lease payments, right? And the development, the money that we put into the site and all that other work will be, the same thing that we're doing down in Broomfield.
And that property will remain in holding by that current property owner. There won't be any shared ownership at this location.
No, there won't be.
Okay. Well, Jeremy, did you have any other questions?
Just comment. One thing I'm going through, I have little blue sticky notes, and I like the idea of cleanup days. That's really cool. As being part of code enforcement with blight in certain things that we entire community with, I thought that in there was I really liked it. It was, I thought, unique.
Thank you.
Hold on, I'm getting to my other blue tab. I have something on the social equity plan, but I think I did some research that answers it. So I think I'm good.
No, that was, I just appreciate the completeness of the applications. It was, you know, the tabs certainly help you get through all the different sections and stuff. So
Yeah.
look forward to, you know, continuing this process, going through them even in finer detail.
And I think one last note, if I can, before we move on, we are operating in 10 communities. We have done partnership deals with the Sault Ste. Marie tribe in the Upper Peninsula, and I would welcome everybody on the everybody on the committee to reach out to each of the individual communities where we do business and to verify how the relationship has been with the local community. Because what I think you'll find is people are very proud to have Loom come into town, and the experience has been more than positive. So despite Kevin's note, which outlines some of the differences between the state law and the ordinance, I do think it's important to mention that we are in a lot of communities throughout all of Michigan. We have, you know, a site in Nagani up by Marquette. You know, there was a recall of product because of, you know, people had saliva in the pre-rolls. And you know, when you look at the industry and you look at what's happening in marijuana and cannabis, there's all kinds of complexity that just doesn't come up in some of the other developments that you'll see as a city official. So I do think, you know, to kind of set the record straight, I do think that it is important to verify with the other communities how we've partnered with them and what their experience has been. And yeah, when we're trying to, you know, build out 150 to 200 stores throughout the state of Michigan, there might be a few times where we have a disagreement along the way. So please verify our track record with some of the other local officials in the cities where we do business. If you want, we can get you the information for contact details. But please do that, because it's really important to rectify the bad taste that you had in your mouth with the letter that Kevin wrote. And again, it was more for informational purposes, because we see all of the information, we see all the litigation, we see all the lawsuits, and we just wanted to reference that so that you had it in your hand and you could see some of the data that you might not have access to.
All right, if we don't have any other questions from the committee, thank you all for your time today. I'll suggest that we move into recess until 1 o'clock for Stash Ventures.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back, gentlemen.
Hello.
Hi, Scott.
Hi, Jacob. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Scrambling to find the Zoom meeting, but we found it.
Good. I'm glad. I spoke with, was it Sharon in your office?
Yes.
It's been a long day, so apologies to her. I'm struggling with names today, but I'm glad she was able to get the info over to you. So are you Julie?
I'm Julie. Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Scott, are the two of you the only folks joining us from Stash for the call?
I believe we should be able to handle it.
Awesome. All right. Well, then if you're ready, we'll go ahead and get started and come out of recess. You all obviously weren't on the call this morning, so I'll just recap a few things we covered at 9 a.m. First, our purpose today is primarily to get some additional clarity on the supplemental application materials we've been reviewing from each applicant, and for us as a committee to have an opportunity to discuss the applications. We are planning to do our scoring on Friday the 21st at 9 a.m. So we'll have more information about how to log in. That'll also be a Zoom meeting. We'll have some information on how to participate virtually if you wish. And you're, of course, welcome to stay with us on this call outside of your window of 1 to 1:30. So if you're interested in any of our additional conversations today, feel free to stay on or jump back on. We'll just be recessing in between if we have any breaks. So if you all don't have any questions about kind of the process before we get started, I'll turn things over to my fellow committee members to begin the interrogation.
We love
Sounds
it.
good.
Please.
So Paul or Jeremy, who wants to go first?
Go ahead, Paul.
Thank you. I'm Paul Laurie. I'm the Director of Public Safety for the City of Mount Pleasant. I don't understand all the financial stuff. I look for, yeah, I just say that. But my big concern is obviously the quality of life issues of odor, traffic, that sort of thing, and then criminal activity, whether it be loitering, trespass, maybe robbery, even though we're very safe, proactive community in regards to that. But I was just wondering, was there any thought or consideration to put more specific information about the security of your establishment? I saw general, that it'll be alarmed, that there will be a security manager that would be hired in that sort of thing.
Yeah. So we can give you some of the specifics now, and we can go fairly deep if you'd like. We're lucky because it's well on our mind because we just passed our medical licensing from the MRA for our first facility in Muskegon yesterday.
Congratulations.
Yeah, so I know in our application it said that we were not yet approved, but as of today we are. So we are all full go on moving forward with this rec license. Anyhow, part of passing that inspection is the security plan. And so the MRA in particular was really impressed with our design and functionality operationally with our particular location, as we've got a little over 99% of our inventory centralized in a vault that is in the very center of our building. And it is got industrial locks on the doors and key card access for just a few people. And all of the orders will actually be fulfilled inside the vault and then pushed out to the sales floor, one order at a time, much like you see at a bank drive-through in a drawer similar to that. That is for obviously dual purposes. One is for break-ins, and if anybody comes in and they're looking around the sales floor to try and see what they can take, they will have nothing but a lot of empty boxes to take. And secondly is for employee safety. So you don't necessarily want to invite people to come in and hold up your store, whether armed or unarmed. If there's things in there to take, you want to dissuade them however you can. And it's more for employee safety than it is loss of inventory. We know that with our background in wireless. So we've run wireless retail stores for Verizon Wireless for a couple decades now. And with the emergence of the ever-loving iPhone, we've been one of the targets of break-ins. We are actually we are the new jewelry store, so to speak.
You haven't gotten hit recently, have you?
Well, we have actually put so many protocols in place in our wireless stores that the syndicates, which they are syndicates,
Yes, they are,
of theft, have noticed that our stores in particular are a waste of time.
Yeah.
So that
we got hit twice in the same
Yeah.
day within, a few minutes apart. So
Yeah.
all the cops went to one area. They had left, and while they were dealing with the first one, they hit the second one. So yeah, I hear you there. Go ahead.
So it's been a godsend to have that experience and to have a very employee-centric perspective on our safety protocols, and being able to build that with that knowledge has been really crucial. And the MRA was really impressed with our setup. The security system was top of the line. We spared no expense. Every square centimeter of that place was covered, barring the bathrooms, of course. That's just gross. But
also we have the panic.
Criminal, but go ahead.
Yes. So we've got mobile panic buttons. We've got under the counter panic buttons. We've got facial recognition cameras at every single point of entry, and we were required to have 20 feet around the perimeter of the location covered with cameras, and we have the entire lot, including every square foot of the parking lot covered. So we went into overkill mode, and is really around making our employees feel safe when they come to work. So
odor control.
Yes.
Can you point that out?
Odor control will be similar to, obviously the license that we've applied for is really on the same property as our cultivation facility.
Yes.
So it'll be right behind there. So we'll be using the same standards and protocol that we've got at the facility right behind there, which is all, carbon-based closed loop air conditioning, filtration system with HEPA on top of that. And it's again, it's a little bit overkill.
Also, majority of our products will be in that vault, which has great ventilation because employees will be in the vault also.
Sure.
So thinking about airflow for them. And then we will, when COVID's over and we can finally put product out on the floor in the little, locked containers. But those, again, you have to open a flap to smell. So
yeah.
Yep. Okay. Is there any intention, and this is just a question, don't take it as it's a negative or a positive. Is there any consideration to having live on-site security, a person?
There is consideration for sure, and it will most likely depend upon hours of business.
Sure.
Especially Mount Pleasant.
Especially during the evening. So once it gets dark, employees feeling when they leave in particular. And we will have security in the building right behind it, pretty much around the clock anyhow. And so, the gift of it being vertically integrated on the same piece of property means that we could actually tether the security systems together.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, I'm good.
I wanted to ask. Oh, there's a lot of echo.
We can't hear it.
Ask a lot of question about business background. So you mentioned 63 businesses in Michigan. I'm assuming those are primarily in the cellular industry, if that's accurate. And if that is accurate, can you tell me a little bit about where those are located?
Yeah, so those are wireless retail locations. So it's not 63 separate businesses. It's really all just one consolidated business under the Round Room LLC consolidated business. So those are anywhere from the suburbs of Detroit all the way up to Muskegon. And there's a few north of there, but if you go to tccrocks.com, click on locations. I do apologize, I don't have the listing of all 63. They're scattered throughout the state. And having a little north of 1,200 of them, I don't have them all memorized. So
Understood. I don't really want you to list all 63. I was just curious to get a better grasp on what that entailed.
yeah, so that's been actually our business started in Indiana, and in Michigan was one of the first states that we ventured into, and this was really before smartphones and Google. And so me and one other gentleman spent a lot of time behind a windshield going from town to town and picking up a Rand McNally at the gas station and just circling areas of the cities that we wanted to try and get into, and we would just go try and find a for lease sign. And so we did it organically, and we got intimately knowledgeable about all the different cities that we wanted to work in. And it's as easy as stopping at the diner and asking them where they shop and what they think about Verizon Wireless. And it was really elementary in the beginning, and now it's a lot more calculated than that. But it's been fun to have stores in Michigan, and it's been one of our better markets in the entire country.
Can you tell us a little bit more about how that business is, what's about oversight you're subject to on the sales side? I know that obviously wireless communications is heavily regulated on the kind of provider side, but I'm wondering from a retail end of things, how subject are you to federal or state or local licensing or regulation?
Every bit as much as we are in the cannabis business. And actually, I'll take that back a little. We're governed under normal state and local laws for a retail business. However, we do work with one of the largest brands in the entire planet in Verizon Wireless, who controls all of the brand recognition, and they have their brand standards, and we have probably more compliance with Verizon Wireless in the wireless industry than we do with the state of Michigan in the cannabis business. They are a well-oiled machine. They have their rules and regs, and if you mess up, they have every right to pull your contract away from you. And so that's an ominous feeling that we've just gotten used to over time. So being in the cannabis business and following the rules was actually quite comfortable for us. The more rules, the better, because it just makes it easier for us to follow what's laid out.
So congratulations on getting your approval in Muskegon today. Do you have any involvement in marijuana businesses in states other than Michigan, or any pending business interest in other operations here in the state of Michigan?
We do not have any interests in any operations outside of the state of Michigan. Obviously, we have the pending project in Mount Pleasant for cultivation. We intend to take that same property and follow the process to get our processing license up and going fairly soon. And then Muskegon is the other project that's formalized. We do have one purchase agreement that's been agreed upon in Sturgis for a facility there, but it is not closed. So technically it is not a formal interest, but it could be within by the end of the month.
Okay. In terms of your vertical integration, how much of what you sell will be what you grow?
As much as possible. So
Carry other brands.
we do. We want to carry brands that have a well-rounded niche within our product offering. We can't make everything. So we think it's important to have the products that all types of consumers will want, and including, for instance, there's a brand by the name of Sarah Jane that we just met with their owner the other day, and they have it's a microdose brand that is more for the entry-level consumer, and we will probably carry them because they fill a niche in the market. But I would say, to answer your question specifically, probably 75% of what we carry will be our own.
Okay. In terms of your capital investment on the Pickard Street property, the proposed capital investment is significantly higher than any of our other applicants.
Yeah.
Order of magnitude of 3 times higher than the next closest.
Yeah.
I believe that is significantly related to the investment in the cultivation facility. I wondered if you could provide us with a breakout of what the specific capital investment would be relative to the retail operation proposed.
Yes, I can do it. Your assumption is correct. And, we have encountered many challenges with that building as we've gotten more and more into it, and just figured that was part of our investment into the city. But if we were to strip out just the retail section, currently there was a salon and a yoga studio and an office, and it was 3 tenants. And the proposal would be to change that building into 2 tenants. The salon owner is interested in expanding their business so they can hire more folk, add more services to their offering. And the yoga studio is empty, as it was the significant other of the previous owner, and they've moved their location to another spot in the city. So that building will need to be completely redone, both inside, and then it's not as pretty as we would like. So the outside would need to be completely redone too. So our anticipated capital investment on that building to build out our space, to enhance the other tenants' site and change the outside, would be in the $1.5 to $2 million range. Assuming we don't find the same structural problems that we've had with the building behind it, which has been a bit of a nightmare. And I can fill you in outside of this meeting sometime later to tell you, we just encountered 10 underground tunnels that we didn't even know were there, that are under the building. And I'm not quite sure anybody at the city knows they were there either.
We know everything.
You do now.
I just have one more question, and then I'll turn things over to Jeremy. What type of I didn't see any sales or income projections for the first couple of years of operation. So I was wondering if you have any idea what you're looking at in terms of sales and income, and with that, when you might expect the retail operation to be profitable.
Oh, so profitable a cash flow basis or on a return of investment basis?
Why don't you let me know both?
Are you looking to invest is the question.
I am not.
I'm just kidding. We would anticipate if we were to put our business plan together that the revenue for the provisioning center in Mount Pleasant would be between $200,000 and $300,000 per month. So that would be anywhere from $2.5 to $3.5 million of revenue a year. And so based upon margins in general, that would cash flow in month 2 and would return our investment. The problem becomes the taxes. I don't know if anybody bothered to explain to you the taxes in our particular industry. They're somewhat brutal. But from a return of investment, we would have returned that investment before the end of year 2.
Perfect. Jeremy, do you have any questions?
You covered several of them, but I guess I would just ask, I know you are working on, as you talked about the Class C stacked there at that same location, and that is not fully licensed yet. Do you have any kind of time frame when you think that piece of it will be complete? You know, as it, you know, if you were awarded this one, obviously you'd need them to be going at the same time with our ordinance. I just wondered if you had a time frame, if you were planning on being open at any given time.
The contract for that construction is set to finish and turn over the building right around December 1. So assuming this contract or this license would be awarded, we would likely need a few months to get approval, submit all the architectural drawings. We'd probably start construction really right around the start of the year. And we could do that on the interior without a problem. And then by the spring, we would really be ready to do the outside as a phase 2.
Gotcha. And now your employees, I think down that you had a range of 10 to 14. Is that just kind of, you're not really sure what the market's going to be holding, so there may be some growth or, you know, difference there on some of those employees?
Yeah, that's correct. It's more about the sales volume and withholding the ebb and flow of the sales. We believe that you should give the employees a participation in the success of the store. So we will likely have some sort of a commission base for maintaining your customer base, educating your customer base, making sure your customer is happy and having repeat sales. So, you know, that requires full-time employees. I don't necessarily believe in having lots of part-time employees. They turn over very fast. They're educated and they are flippant when they come to the consumer portion of the sale. So we intend to put together a compensation plan that allows us for full-time employees, and the more sales you have, the more full-time employees you need.
And that is not including anything to do with the grow operation, though. That number is simply for what we're talking about here today in the retail. And now there wouldn't be any overlap of those employees, or is there that potential?
Oh, no, that's a no-no. So it's they're actually two separate entities underneath Stash Ventures. One is High Minded Harvest, the other is Timber Cannabis Company. So any employee for Timber is just strictly for the provisioning center and won't even have key card access to the other building.
Perfect. That was all I had, Jacob.
Just out of curiosity, Scott, do you have an estimate on how many employees on a full-time basis you'll have with the grower portion of the site?
It would be as of this morning, we're putting together the plan for onboarding those employees, assuming that we're going to start in December. We have that plan in motion, and that is 32 people.
Great. Paul or Jeremy, do you have any additional questions?
I don't think so.
I went to your Round Room website because I wanted to see what your educational background was, and you apparently went to Purdue. It says.
That's true. You can call.
No, hey, I believe it. You weren't there when Breeze was there.
Actually, I did. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing for
No,
you, but Drew and I, Drew graduated from Cranor, the business school as well. So I actually was in lots of classes with him, including his senior year when he was in the Heisman race. And the Associated Press used to come in our class, and he'd be real attentive, raise his hand and answer questions. And the minute they left, he'd sleep.
Well, I like your yippee description here.
Yeah.
Part yuppie, part hippie. You should coin that.
I'm trying. I'm just, I don't really love the limelight or being in the main person of attention, but you know what? That yippee thing has really got some legs.
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, I think we're all set. As I mentioned at the outset, you're welcome to stay on the call or jump back on later if you're interested. It's being recorded, so you can also check out the video later. But otherwise, you'll expect some formal notification regarding the meeting on the 21st soon.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for their time today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we got 3 minutes to go, and our next applicant is House of Fire Provisioning. Do we have any folks on the call from House of Fire yet?
Yes, I am here. George Sinishta.
Hi, George. Thanks for being with us today.
Yep. And then we also have Mike Bahura, who represents me as an attorney.
Hi, Mike.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Let me get this video.
And I'd invite you both if you want to turn on your video and turn on your audio and jump in with us.
All righty.
Just give me 1 second here. Let's see. Give me 1 minute and I'll get started here if you don't mind.
Oh yeah, we're early, so take your time.
I was expecting, you guys take a bathroom break or something. I thought I had it for me.
We're gonna power through unless otherwise from the committee.
Okay, one.
I don't have audio, Paul. No. Paul's gonna take you up on that offer. So.
Yeah. All right. I did see Zaid for a minute. There he is.
Got a crowd now. We're up to 20 people in here.
The hottest marijuana committee meeting in the state, I'm sure, right now. Where else would you want to be? I heard it's raining out. I'm sure it's an awful day. So Well, once Paul returns, we'll go ahead and get started, guys. All right, Paul is back. So I don't believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think any of you gentlemen were on the call with us at the beginning of the day at 9. So just to let you know, our purpose today, as we mentioned before, is simply to get some additional clarification about the materials that were submitted as part of the supplemental application packages. And we are planning to conduct our scoring meeting on August 21st, which is a week from Friday at 9 a.m. So you'll be receiving some official notification about that with login information. That'll be another virtual meeting. But if you want to go ahead and get that on your calendars to plan to attend. Before we start, and basically we'll just be going through the committee to ask questions. If those of you who are on the call representing the entity could just introduce yourselves so we know who we're speaking with, and then we will get started.
Sure, thank you. My name is Mike Bahura. I'm the attorney for 3967 Euclid, or House of Fire is the operating name. I also have the owner, of course, George Sinistai on the call with us. We have Zaid Arabo. I think he's via audio only. He is the architect in case any technical questions come up regarding the site plan and the floor plan. And we do have some support staff on here if needed, who kind of assisted with the application and whatnot. I have Lisa Doughty and Mandy Garmo, but depending if we need them, then they can chime in.
Sounds good. Perfect. Well, we'll go ahead and jump right in. Paul and Jeremy, who wants to take the first question?
Sure, I can jump in. Question we've been asking all of the applicants. You've got a range of employees between 10 and 20. Can you just talk a little bit about what is going to determine that, as far as, if you end up at that 10 range or that 20 range, and how that will look potentially?
Yes, so what's happened in the other store that George has, and my experience as well, I'm also a licensee, so I have some knowledge on the operations side, and I've talked to George about this many times, but I think initially we'll start off with on the lower end, like 10 to 12. And then as, hopefully business increases, then we would add on additional employees. So I think 10 to 12 initially is probably the right number. And then as business increases and sales go up, then you're looking, closer to 20, potentially 25. It depends with delivery, if there's going to be delivery and how well that takes off or doesn't take off. So that's why it's kind of that range is in there. But I think 10 to 12 to start, and around 20, hopefully not long after.
Okay. And you do have.
These will all be full-time employees, and they'll all be paid a living wage as we put in the business plan.
And then currently you are also one of the applicants moving forward in the medical side. So you've got a grow operation and a provisioning operation. Do you have any timetables at this point that you foresee those being open, and how do those play in with if you were to receive the recreational side license as well?
Sure. So just yesterday, actually, the facility, I don't want to say passed inspections. We passed inspections on both the grow and the retail pending the final C of O. That's the only thing we passed, otherwise passed. So the MRA has just said, when you get the C of O, we'll make it official. The C of O, my understanding is, could come as soon as later today, maybe tomorrow. So that will get us to the point of licensing. There are still some things we want to finish up on the outside with adding some landscaping and doing a few other things out there that we wanted to do. But otherwise, we expect to be open very shortly. within 30, 60 days at the most.
And that
You
would
still
be
have to-
open.
You still have to obtain product and inventory, and that's not always the fastest process, getting the stuff in from other vendors.
So both your grow and your provisioning would both be open in that time frame on the medical side?
Yeah, the retail would open first, and then the grow would be shortly after. We're gonna have to staff up for that one too. There are still some final touches in the grow. I mean, we're with the lighting and some of the tables that need to come in and things like that, but we've otherwise, are ready to go. So I think retail will be first, and then the grow will be very shortly after that.
And then
Probably
the recreational.
probably should have done it the other way around, given some of the product issues in the state, but yeah, retail will be open first.
And the retail side of recreational would be in the same location as the medical?
Correct. Yeah, and I don't know if it's more of a Q&A or I can go into other stuff, but I think the important thing to kind of, if I can impress on you guys as much as possible, is that the market in Michigan is essentially shifting to the point where medical is going to be obsolete in the next couple years, or it's not going to be a sustainable business model on its own, because in Michigan the excise tax is only 10%, and so there's not a lot of incentive for medical patients to go and renew their cards, meet with their doctor, pay the fee. So what they're doing, and even the MRA has stated that the number of people not renewing their cards is happening at a faster pace than they even anticipated. I think they're up past 20 or 23,000 people or patients haven't renewed their cards since the beginning of the year when recreational went into effect. And so, if someone who's already approved for medical isn't, and they're operational and they don't have the ability to sell recreational, I truly believe this. I think for all intents and purposes, it puts them out of business. I mean, you just, not right away, but at least, 18 months, 24 months, it's just not a sustainable business model. In other states like California, where it's a 35% excise tax, there's a lot of incentive for patients to keep their cards because it's much cheaper, right? The product's much cheaper. So, I know there was extra points in there, and we certainly appreciate that for the medical facilities, but it really is the case where if you're approved and you've built out and you spent all this money, and you're not able then to get a recreational, you'll be, essentially, it's kind of a death blow, more or less. So, and I give the same pitch to every city that's kind of wondering how to do it. And I went through this in Lapeer and some other cities. Traverse City's going through it right now. But so I'll let you guys get back to asking me questions, but I wanted to get that across to you guys.
Okay, appreciate that. That's all I have right now. Paul, you want to jump in for a couple?
Can't hear you, Paul.
I think you're muted, Paul.
You're unmuted, but your headset's not working.
Now?
Perfect.
How, I see in there about having on-site security all the time, like a team, you say. Can you talk more about that?
Yeah, so they contract with a third-party security company.
Okay.
It's depending on the hours and how long they're going to be open. It may be 24 hours to start and then taper down to maybe certainly after business hours. But yeah, it's a third-party security company that will be used for that location.
Okay. And do you guys have one company you use, or that will be vetted?
Yeah, it'll be vetted. Typically, we like to go with obviously a local company.
Sure.
George has another operating a recreational and medical retail site in Bay City or Bangor Township. Everybody refers to it as Bay City, but and I'm not sure what company if you use one there, but so every site, especially the ones that I'm affiliated with, we find a local security company.
Okay.
As much as possible, we like to hire people local to that community.
All right. And then I was very appreciative and impressed with your odor control, obviously being the location that you selected for parking that has its own parking. So
Yep.
I, from a standpoint of public safety and nuisances and that sort of thing, I don't have any other questions.
That was easy.
All right.
Thanks, Paul.
You just jinxed it. Now I'm up. And
Last time I saw Jacob, I was submitting applications for myself, but he forgot to pick my lottery ball. He picked George instead. So here we are.
I didn't even touch the machine. I was just putting them in the spreadsheet, man.
You can blame that one on me, I guess. Yeah.
That's on Jeremy. So my first question is back to the human resources plan. I noted in some of the budget documents that there were line items for salary and benefits, but I didn't see any specifics about benefit packages that are available to employees. So could you give us some information about what benefits employees have access to, if any?
Yeah, and I'll let George step in if I'm misstating any of this, but I know that there's health after, I think it's after 90 days of employment, then they'll be offered health insurance benefits, paid vacations, kind of the typical stuff, if you will. And I don't know if there's anything I'm missing, George, on that. What you guys do at Ooze.
Yeah, we offer paid time off for sure. We do paid time off, and we cover health insurance also.
You guys have a number of existing facilities licensed around the state already. What's your compliance history like so far?
So that I'm happy to say that there's been no any violations or compliance issues whatsoever.
Both the state and local level?
Yep.
Going to the property build out itself, the tangible capital investment amount in this case, this is the second highest, and it's a good 3 times the next closest amount. I'm assuming that this is inclusive of some of the investment going into the grow operation. Understandably, I would imagine that's a bit more expensive of an endeavor than a retail operation would be from a build-out perspective. Certainly more size intensive. Could you give me a sense of how much of that quoted tangible capital investment is related to the grower versus the provisioning center build-out versus what's specific to the retailer build-out?
Sure. So the cost of the building was, I think, around $700,000 to purchase that portion of the building where the grow and the retail site are going to be. And then for build out, it's in the ballpark of around $500,000 or $600,000 for the retail, for the construction and the fixtures, and then somewhere in the ballpark around $2 million on the grow with the lighting and all the equipment that's required for that. That does not include inventory that's required. So typically, when a store this size in a new market opens up, we'll start with around another $500,000 in inventory, and then kind of gradually work up to closer to $1 million in inventory. And then you also have, of course, operating expenses. We don't expect to be positive cash flow right away, so you're going to have probably another $100,000 in operating capital to be used for that.
And kind of similarly, in looking at the income projected here and the sales projection, it was on both counts the highest projection of any of our applicants. So I'm wondering, and again, on orders of magnitude higher. So I'm wondering if there's anything specific that you feel would account for your projections being so much higher.
I want to make sure that, so is it the $4 million number for the first year? Is that?
Well, to tell you the truth, in all cases, I looked 2 to 3 years out to try to get a sense of once folks were established. Yeah. I'm baking in a certain amount of uncertainty over the first couple of years as the industry kind of gets its feet under itself. But I think if I'm not mistaken, I had a number over 7 million in projected sales in 2023.
Yep, and I don't think that's, I think that's conservative, to be quite honest. There are, I mean, I think and to start, we'll probably be somewhere in the ballpark of 300 to 350,000 a month. Maybe not the first month, but certainly very, very, very soon after the first month. We've calculated this a bunch of different ways, and any way you slice it, given the tax consequences and not being able to write off expenses on the retail side because of the IRS implications and not being federally legal, you need to do about $250,000 a month in that ballpark, you know, depending on the side of the store, to break even. So if you're not going to get to at least that number, and you're doing everything by the book and paying your taxes the way you're supposed to, assuming all that, you're not really going to see any profit if you don't get to that. Given that there's, you know, only 3 stores in Mount Pleasant, we don't think it's out of the question to get to $6 or $7 million, even quicker. I have some clients that have stores that are doing 15 million a year in year 2. So just depending on where it's at. Obviously, you don't have the population of a Detroit, but there's still a significant demand for cannabis in Michigan.
You're one of our applicants that would have the potential for some vertical integration in the community. How much of the product that you grow do you anticipate that you'll be selling at your retail store?
That how much of it is, as much as we need, will go, you know, priorities to service George's retail sites. So if there's any extra, that will be sold on the open market. But I think we will also still have the full line of all the other vendors. You know, it's not unlike, you know, in some ways, in many ways, a grocery store. I mean, you can't just carry Coke. People want Pepsi too, right? So I think probably 30-40% will be stuff on the retail shelves that will be product that is cultivated by House of Fire, and the rest of it will be from outside vendors.
I just wanted to also, that's all my questions. I just wanted to say I really appreciated the level of detail in your area impact section. And that holds true for the next application we'll be discussing as well. It was, I think, easily the best put together and the most comprehensive. So I don't know who was responsible for doing that, but I just really appreciated the thought that went into those components of the application package.
No problem. Any positive feedback, I'll definitely take credit for. If it's negative, you put that on George.
Okay. Sounds good. Do any of my fellow committee members have additional questions for these gentlemen on the House of Fire application?
No, I'm good.
Nope.
Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity.
Not a problem. Yeah, feel free to stay on with us. Otherwise, we'll look forward to seeing you again on the 21st.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Do you want to shut down for a few minutes, Jacob, or do you want to keep going right now? I mean, we've got about 10 minutes till the next one, right?
Yeah. Do we have the folks who are joining us from GC Flint on the call?
This is attorney Mike DeLaura on behalf of GC Flint. My client is not yet joined the call, but I can reach out to them if you'd like to start.
No problem. We're going to hold off till 2 o'clock. I just wanted to know if you were there.
I'm actually here also. This is Hani Kassab. Sorry.
Hi, honey. No problem.
How are you guys?
Good. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you. Sorry, my video is acting up. I apologize.
Not a problem. We're going to go ahead and take a recess for 10 minutes, and we'll start promptly at 2 o'clock if that works for everyone.
Sure.
Sounds good.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
wait for Paul to join us, and we'll.
When I click on start my video, it says you cannot start.
You might
Yeah.
have it locked out. There we go.
There he is.
All right. Michael, are you and Hani the two representatives for GC Flint, or are you expecting anyone else?
In addition, we expect our architect, Aid, to also dial in. He was the architect on the prior hearing as well. And there were no questions, so I believe that he will be dialing in to the extent that there are any specific questions regarding the site plans or otherwise. With Hani and I today is a member of his executive staff, whom I think is familiar to this board, and that is Mandy Garmo. She was predominantly responsible as the go-between with the city and my client, as well as preparing the application. So to the extent there are any questions that are best suited for them to answer, they're available as well.
Sounds good. Yep, Jeremy and I and Mandy have spent a lot of time talking over the last couple of years. So,
Hi, Jacob. Hi, Jeremy.
Hey, Mandy. All right. So, for those of you who weren't on the call this morning, our purpose today is just to get clarity on your supplemental application materials. And I do want to let you know that we have tentatively scheduled our scoring meeting for Friday, August 21st at 9 a.m. We'll have a more formal notification of that date and time along with the virtual meeting details. But if you want to get that on your calendars now, if you wish to attend, that'll be next Friday, the 21st at 9. With that, I'm going to go ahead and look to my committee members to see who would like to take the first question for our applicant.
I'll go. Can you talk about your odor mitigation?
Absolutely. As we have set forth in the plan, this, like many facilities, uses a multifaceted approach to reduce any odor from going outside of the facility. And it is first and foremost with a state-of-the-art HVAC system that involves active charcoal filters. But it goes beyond that as well, both to how we store the product within the store, and we do whatever we can to put it in a safe that also has some odor control methods employed there as well. And then lastly is the push toward packaged products. Very early on in this industry, much of the sales that were going on at these individual retail outlets was what we describe as a deli style of method. Mm-hmm. You would come in and ask for a particular amount, and it would be weighed and then packaged individually for you. But as the industry has matured, we're getting much more to a consumer packaged mm-hmm. industry where things are coming into the store prepackaged. And what that's done is really reduce the odors, particularly coming out of a retail store, because there's really so little of the actual unpackaged flour out. All of it is sealed at the processor and the manufacturer level for freshness for the ultimate consumer. So that's our multifaceted approach really to handle any kind of odors emitting from this facility. And I will remind the board that this is a dedicated retail facility, that we do not propose putting any grows or processors on the back. So we really think that we're on top of odor on this one.
Yeah. And I don't have anything specific for parking because it has adequate, has parking right there. It's your parking. Video surveillance, as far as I'm concerned, has been met, and the guards that will be considered or that you will implement has also been addressed in the proposal. So I am good at this point.
Excellent. I do want to add just very quickly, just by way of a little bit of background, unlike a lot of cities and a lot of applicants, I do want to make note that my client owns this property outright as it stands today. This was a vacant property, a restaurant that had closed down. This is already, he's the deeded owner of this as we make this application. So we're certainly committed to expanding the economic footprint in Mount Pleasant on behalf of my client. And as you've looked at the plans, there's some really neat things we're trying to do to modernize the building, both for aesthetic purposes as well as to make it unique for our purpose. One of the things I wanted to bring up that what hasn't been talked about yet today, but I think that it's important, is that we have a pretty extensive stormwater plan. As you may or may not know, this particular property does not have any type of filtration system for any of its stormwater. Well, our plan changes that from day one. We offer both organic as well as technological filters for the stormwater. And we do so by using both a rain garden type method, whereby we will be rimming the perimeter of the building that we already own with a rain garden to capture any of the overflow coming off of the roof and the building. And then in addition, we are putting in what's known as a storm scepter that ultimately acts as a filter system. So any stormwater collection that goes to the basin located on the north end of the property is also filtered. So just a couple of things that we are implementing on this property as we go forward here that I wanted to bring to the board's attention.
Jeremy, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Sure. Just in relation to the FTEs, can you just talk a little bit about, there was a pretty big variation, looked like 10 to 20 on the FTEs. So is that dependent on any certain thing other than just the amount of sales, or if you could just speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I think like any business, as we're certainly going to employ more and more individuals. I know that this has come up prior today, and I'm foreshadowing some questions here. But as you look at our financial projections, we project there to be a significant increase in sales from years 1, say, to year 3. With that, we expect a commensurate increase in employees. And I think a little bit just from being in the business and learning how these staff up, oftentimes we will start with a staff exceeding the number that we have in the staffing handbook, primarily because, like any new business, there's often a lot of turnover within that first 6 months or so. So it wouldn't be unusual for our business to open with as many as 25 employees, as a few of them ultimately kind of back away and then pursue alternative employment. But we believe that number of 15 to 18 full-time employees is a day 1 to 6 month number. We don't expect that we're going to need to move up from there. If and when we hit the sales numbers we anticipate, we think this number is going to increase. We used a conservative number in the application and a day 1 number rather than a full growth number.
Okay. Appreciate too I know there's a lot of talk and there was discussions, during the city commission actually trying to figure out all the different pieces of the ordinance, and there was talk of a living wage. So seeing that living wage piece, or even 200% above the poverty level, those are all positive things. So just wanted to kind of call that out, that and then a lot of the applicants are doing that, so that's good to see.
Thank you.
That's all I had right this second, Jacob.
All right. I wanted to, I'll follow up on that employment question, stay on the same topic. I noted once again with the budgeting here that there was reference to benefits packages for employees, but I didn't see specific details about the type of benefits offered. Can someone provide some information on that?
Sure, I'd be happy to, and I do note that in the materials submitted, we indicate that within the first, I believe, 90 days, that we will have a benefits coordinator to get you signed up for benefits. The anticipated benefits at this time are certainly paid time off, including sick and holidays, as well as health care after a 90-day period. But looking beyond that, one of the things that makes this applicant unique is we already have several other open facilities throughout the state of Michigan. And what that is allowing us to do with our group of employees is enhance our benefits even more. We believe we're less than 6 months away from being able to offer 401k programs, as well as starting to get in some tuition assistance and otherwise that we're able to do because of the scale of our current business. Unlike someone who's only operating a couple stores, we are in a position now where we're able to give greater benefits to our community of employees in our multi-locations.
All right, thank you. Going to those other businesses, since we opened that topic, could you, I believe there's one licensed marijuana facility currently under this ownership, is that correct?
At the time of application, that was correct. Since that time, I'm proud to announce that we've opened 3 new stores, all of which are compliant 100%, both at the state and the local level. And those are located in Lansing, Owasso, and Detroit, in addition to our Flint location. So this would be our 5th location statewide so far, and we have several others in the works, as was listed in the application. But now we have 4 licensed facilities.
Could you tell me a little bit about the applicant's background in non-marijuana business in terms of anything that's involved similar or high levels of regulation or licensing activity?
Absolutely. I think that and Hani could hit on this himself, but Hani's primary background is in one of the most highly regulated industries in America. Hani is ultimately the business mastermind behind the LA Insurance national brand, in taking a small local insurance company and growing it nationwide using a model that is not one that has been adopted by State Farm or Geico, unlike some of those larger names that we see a lot of advertisements for on TV. LA Insurance is a physical-based model and is located even right here in Mount Pleasant. So Hani has the background of taking a local insurance company in adherence with state insurance rules and growing that not just to be an insurance agent, but LA Insurance is now able to underwrite its own insurance, and the regulatory burdens that one must overcome in order to get that are probably almost as close as some of the marijuana ones, to be honest with you, because this is as highly regulated an industry as any. But I think that his history in building a multi-location, highly regulated business throughout America, not just the state of Michigan, is directly relatable to what it is we're building here.
Could you tell me, jumping back to specifically the marijuana license that's been on hand in Flint, what's the compliance record been with MRA and with the city of Flint? I assume that's in the city of Flint, with the operation of that facility.
I am not aware of, and my client is not aware of, any complaints, investigations, suspensions, or anything at a local or state level regarding compliance at that facility. Now, I will note that that facility was operating prior to my client purchasing it. That was a facility that was operating under the old Emergency Rule 19 and was a prior caregiver facility. It was closed down. My client is a licensee, purchased that facility, got it licensed by the state of Michigan as well as Flint, and has been running it in a compliant manner, both according to the MRA with several inspections, as well as the city of Flint ever since. Now, I cannot speak to its compliance record back in 2014 prior to my client's involvement or otherwise, but since stepping in and becoming the licensee, it has been crystal clear.
I appreciate that clarification. My final question has to do with your sales and projected revenues. I just noted that in comparison to some of our other applicants, again, the sales projections I think are higher than many of our applicants, but there's also a larger differential between the projected sales and income. And I wondered if you might provide some explanation of why you think that is, why the proportion of income to sales seems a bit lower in this case than some of our other applicants have indicated they're expecting.
I think that goes to our experience level in operating these types of businesses. When you get through the numbers and are operating particularly a retail-only facility, taxes and expenses and your inability to write off your expenses on your taxes really, really hits your net income on that bottom line. And I've been privy to reviewing these types of financial projections throughout the industry, and not everyone really has a firm grasp on what your net margin really is. We believe that the numbers that we have submitted accurately reflect the financial and tax burden that the applicant will have to overcome in order to become profitable. And I also believe that our sales figures are maybe even a little conservative. When you really look at the numbers, when we look at, say, year 3, we anticipate a annual revenue of about $7.5 million. When you break down the numbers over 360 days, so you take 5 days off for Christmas and those types of holidays, it's about $20,000 per day. And I can tell you that a recreational store in the state of Michigan very easily surpasses $20,000 a day fairly quickly, and that there are stores doing exponentially better than that. And we believe that strategically, Mount Pleasant is right in line to do, at a minimum, those types of numbers. So we believe that both our net income numbers are a better reflection of the types of businesses that we're getting into and the tax rates that we're going to have to deal with, and that the revenue is really spot on when we look at the market and the types of daily numbers and sales figures you're going to have to achieve.
Excellent, thank you. That's all of my questions. Do either of my committee colleagues have any additional questions for the applicant?
No, I think you covered it there.
All right. Well, guys, thank you so much. We'll see you on the 21st.
Sounds good. Thanks for joining us.
All right.
Thank you, everybody.
We're going to go ahead. Let's go into recess until 2:30, at which time we will speak with Green Peak Industries.
Sounds good.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
Thank you.
too. All right, Minnie's back. Joe, I assume you're here for Green Peak Industries, correct?
Correct. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Is there anybody else with Green Peak that's going to be on the call today that we need to wait for?
Nope, just me.
Perfect. All right. Well, if you're ready to get started, we'll go ahead. I've been boring everyone with the same details every half hour, but since we weren't on the call at 9, I don't think I'll let you
No,
know.
how's that?
The point today is for us just to get some clarification on your supplemental application materials so that we can hopefully do a more thorough job of scoring these. We are tentatively planning to hold that scoring meeting on August 21st, which is next Friday at 9 a.m. We'll, of course, get a formal notification out to everyone, but if you'd like to get it on your calendar now, that'll be another virtual meeting. If you're ready to go, I'll look to my colleagues and see who wants to start with the first question.
I can jump in with, we've been asking this similar question to all the applicants. When I look at your plan here, you've got a specific number of 11 that says that you would be beginning the opening with if you were to get this application. So that number, is that expandable, or do you think that, you know, for the first year or 2 year, you're going to be at that number, or is that kind of going to fluctuate depending on sales, or do you expect it to expand over the course of a couple of years?
Yeah, that's the standard staffing plan, base model plan that we start all of our facilities with. We have 10 licensed retail locations in other municipalities around the state. And I do hope that that expands as sales expand. I'm sure I'm giving a similar answer that the other applicants have given, but it will all be dependent upon how well that store performs, what the market in Mount Pleasant is like. We try and do our best on some assumptions around population, average consumption rates, just average usage rates by population and average consumption by individual, and do some forecasting. And we found that that 11 number and $3 million revenue is sort of the base model that we start with. And then obviously we hope that the business performs and expands from there, which then would require additional staffing.
Now, in some of your other facilities, can you give us an example of what some of those expanded to?
Sure. So in some of those adult use only markets, you know, we've got anywhere from the base level 11, and that's obviously 11 staff that have a rotating schedule, as is traditional with retail. So not all 11 would be on site at one time necessarily, but you know, we've got that base model in place in some locations. We just opened our Hazel Park store where we have expanded rapidly up to 20 employees, and you know, hopefully we'll go above that as well.
Okay, thank you. I'll stop there for a second, I guess.
Paul?
Yeah, I was I have to tell you, I was impressed with the shelter in place, the lockdown stuff. I believe that you're the only application that had that in there. So those are terms that are very obviously known to law enforcement, specifically as it relates to schools, but it can certainly apply to the public sector as well, or private sector rather, as well. And I thought that was very thorough. So thank you very much for that.
Absolutely. I was just going to make a comment. Our director of security, who helps put a lot of those plans together, is former law enforcement. She was a lieutenant with the Michigan State University Police Department for 20 years. And unlike some other businesses, all of our security staff are employed by Green Peak at all of our locations, and they report directly to her. All of our locations, also the surveillance systems that are set up, the video feeds stream back to our headquarters facility, where we have security guards monitoring those video feeds at all of our licensed facility locations.
Yeah, now that you say that, a lot of it, there's a lot of law enforcement in this thing. So I do appreciate it. Just real quick, your site plan or your site that you've chosen has its own parking, so that's not necessarily an issue. It does abut to a neighborhood close. My question to you is, in the way of odor control, where is that in this application?
So I believe it would be in the facility plan as part of that document. I can speak to some of our odor control and odor mitigation elements in our other facilities. We do use the standard carbon filter system in the HVAC units. We are vertically integrated. So our flour will be coming pre-packed and jarred from our headquarters facility to the retail location. So we're not like some other operators that might not be vertically integrated that are buying bulk product from suppliers. And we do sell bulk product on the wholesale market to a lot of licensed locations throughout the state of Michigan. I'm sure Mount Pleasant will be no exception, even if we do operate a facility there. And then they'll have their staff pack it up into jars in the back of the house. All of our product, which is where you're going to get the vast majority of the odor, will come pre-packed, and all the cases are actually vacuum sealed.
Okay. I don't have any other things, although I do want to say that the 2-person rule is pretty cool. And if you guys are building a principle under the 2-person rule, I think that's pretty awesome. So
thank you. That's how we operate in all of our facilities. All employees, the entire facility will be key badged. I'm actually wearing one right here, speaking to you from our headquarters facility. All of the badges, the key access on the doors are programmed by job function. So if your job function does not permit you to go into the vault, for example, your key badge will not allow you to get in there. And we do have a 2-person rule. And obviously every inch of the facility is under camera that's being monitored, not only at the facility location itself by the store manager and an on-site security guard, but also, as I mentioned, is being fed back to our headquarters facility where we have 24/7 security monitoring those video feeds as well.
Thank you.
Joe, I had a question about the proposed property ownership.
Yes.
Some inconsistency in the initial application, I believe, to the supplemental application. Can you just clarify what the ownership of the property, what the structure of that is?
So the property is believed, I might mess up the entity that owns it, but I believe it's either Wirt Revette Group or one of their real estate holding companies, and I can get you the correct entity, and then we will be leasing the property from that property owner.
Is the ownership of that property owner, is there any overlap with the ownership of the Green Peak Industries?
No, there's not.
My next question was, with the business and financing plan, I know there was a budget in the document, but I didn't see any projections on income or revenue. Do you have a sense of when you would expect the Mount Pleasant site to be profitable?
Sure. I believe that we will be cash flow positive within a month or two. As I mentioned, we project gross revenue at the store to be in the $3 to $3.5 million range. If you back out the excise tax and the sales tax, that's, call it the $2.83 million range to start. Based on the tenant improvements of about $750,000, we should see a return on our total investment at that facility within, a quarter or a half a year, call it. There was a budget that had some revenue and profit in our GPI business plan that was submitted with the application on page 8 of that document.
Just to kind of jump off of what you said, so how for the tangible capital investment piece of the application, is the purchase of the property included in that tangible capital investment?
We're not, we're leasing the property.
Okay, yeah. Because you said, maybe you misspoke. I thought I heard you say that the tenant build out was about $700,000.
It is. So we're gonna be, negotiating with the landlord, how much of that we cover as part of the TI investment and how much they're willing to cover as well. And then that will be negotiated and put into the lease. There should have been clauses in the lease. I'm sorry, I don't have a copy of the lease with me to reference, but all of that can be provided.
If I'll need to put my hands on the application, but I had down in my notes that the tangible capital investment was 1.35 million, which is why
That might have included.
it's like construction and security and then design and furnishing. So I don't expect you to have that off the top of your head, but
that would include all of the fixtures. So our locations are set up a little bit differently than what you might see from other retailers. We set it more like a traditional retail floor. Obviously, during the COVID pandemic, everything is operating by curbside pickup, so the sales floor access is limited. We do have a number of fixtures on the sales floor itself. So a lot of these other retailers will have more of like a jewelry store design where they have glass stations, glass cases lined and peg hooks and things of that nature. We have a pretty sizable investment in our fixturing. So case lines on the sales floor, tabletop displays, changing merchandising areas, things of that nature. So that 1.3 million probably includes a lot of that investment. The 750,000 would be actual upgrades to the existing structure, including surveillance and security systems, reinforcement of the vault area, those types of things that need to make sure that the facility is secured for the types of products that we will hold in inventory there.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, I think Green Peak Industries is one of the applicants that has the most extensive portfolio of existing licensed facilities in the state. Could you tell us a little bit about the experience working with local and state government regulators with those facilities and the track record of compliance?
Sure. Yeah, we have 2 production facilities in the Lansing area, and then, as I mentioned earlier, 10 retail locations throughout the state. And we take security and compliance and working with regulators very seriously. We'd like to think that we're one of the top operators in the state. That's not to say there haven't been some minor issues at locations. Most of these issues have been primarily things that were out of our control. Pedestrians walking by, and we've had multiple occasions in certain facilities where there's been a urination in public outside of the building that we've had to report. Things of that nature. Issues with customers that are demanding product without showing identification, for instance. Those things have happened in our experience in over a year of operating the various retail locations. I'll be completely honest with you, but we've always worked with the appropriate local police department and reported it to the MRA. And all of our locations do have security guards that are employed by Green Peak and are trained on de-escalation techniques. And so, we do take those things very seriously. We've never been fined or sanctioned or anything of that nature by the MRA or any local municipality.
Thank you. Paul and Jeremy, any follow-up questions? Any remaining questions?
No follow-up from me.
I'm good, thank you.
Perfect. I'm all set as well.
Okay.
Joe, thanks for your time today. Feel free to stay on the call if you wish. Otherwise, or either way, we'll look forward to seeing you on August 21st.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the time today and look forward to the 21st.
Thanks, Joe. Let's go ahead and go into recess. We'll reconvene for our final applicant, Pure Relief and Union at 3 o'clock.
Sounds good.
I need to be let in.
All right, it's 3 o'clock. Mr. Patel, it looks like we've got a number of folks here with Nature's Medicine and Pure Relief and Union. Is everyone you're expecting on your end present?
Yes, sir. We have myself, Jerry Wilson, and Dwight Clark, and Mr. McQueen, Brandon McQueen, present here.
Perfect, thank you. I don't believe any of you, maybe Dwight was on the call first thing this morning, so you heard my spiel. You're aware that we're looking to do our scoring on August 21st at 9 a.m. So we'll go ahead and get started. I will look to my colleagues and see who wants to take the first question.
Go ahead and ask our one of our standard questions we've been asking everybody is about the full-time positions that you have. It looks like you have 15 listed. I was just trying to put my hands on it again. Is it that 15 would be what you would expect on like day one of opening, or is that a ramp up to 15 and then kind of a follow up to that? If you are at 15 at the beginning, do you expect that to increase rapidly over the next couple of years after that, or how would that work?
So I'm expecting 15 employees from day one, because we'll have a split shift and we'll be open 7 days a week. So 15 will be still enough to get started, and then as the business progresses, we'll hire more employees. But those 15 will be full-time employees.
And you're looking to do, I was just saying, you're looking to do $15 an hour for a good portion of those?
Yes, $15 an hour. We currently are giving hazard pay to all of our employees, extra $3 an hour throughout all of our operations in 14 different retail stores. So until the pandemic is there, we will offer an hazard pay to all employees, and then we'll scale it down to 15, and then on a progressive discipline and everything will increase as the employees perform.
Okay.
And you'll actually see our increases in salaries in our pro forma, our annual profit and loss statement. And our goal is to recruit 100% of our employees from either Isabella County or Mount Pleasant proper.
Correct.
Well, it's good to see that living wage there, and 30% higher, you say, I think, than living wage. So appreciate that, and I know that's important to a lot of people that as we get new businesses, that's part of the plan. So appreciate that. I think that was the only question I had right this second. I'll jump back in as on maybe.
All right. Paul.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I guess this question will go to Mr. McQueen, who is pretty much outlined in the very first part of this application, given that I've had some experience with him on issues. How did your compassionate club comply with local ordinance in state law if it wasn't allowed?
Hey, sir, thank you for the question. So when we first were involved with any type of compliance issues, it would be when I sent in a plan explaining to the city manager and council and to the sheriff our plans and how we plan to operate and how those were in compliance with the Michigan Medical Marijuana Act. And then obviously there was a disagreement, and we went to the circuit court, and at circuit court, we were ruled that we were in compliance, and so we kept on operating. And then the moment the appeals court ruled that we were not in compliance, we shut our doors. Not only did we shut our doors in Mount Pleasant, we went up to Traverse City. We had a shop up there, and we went down. We had a shop in Lansing, and we also shut our doors or detached ourselves from those operations too, just because we wanted to make sure we were in compliance.
Yeah, and Director Paul, if this is Dwight, if you don't mind me jumping in here, because you said something really important. I think it was right at 9 o'clock that you really hate marijuana businesses operating in the gray area, and so do we, quite frankly. The only way that you're able to maintain security, maintain compliance, serve your customers, and turn a profit is by having strict rules and boundaries in place. So we're actually glad, obviously bad for Brandon's business, but glad that we're able to get additional clarification around the law, and compliance is just baked into our operations because that's how you have stability throughout the long term.
Well, just hold that thought for me, because I think it'll come up later. I guess my question is that the business was in the city. So he goes to the city commission and the sheriff, but not the local authorities, meaning the city police. But ultimately, wouldn't it make sense to go to the county prosecutor, who makes those charging decisions, who decides how to enforce the law? Sure, the judge gets to interpret the law, but to me, the law was clear, and we can disagree with whether or not the law was clear. I'm perfectly okay with that. But sending a letter to the city commission, who has no legal authority that I'm aware of to circumvent state law, and the local sheriff, to me, just I'm just trying to understand, I guess, what the thought process was there.
Yeah, and to be honest, Director, we're not really trying to be more forward-looking than we are retrospective. One of the reasons why we wanted to recruit Brandon McQueen to our team is because he serves on the Mount Pleasant School Board. We found really good success, a recipe for success nationally across 14 stores in 6 states when you have standardized standard operating procedures from a company that's reputable, and then you also pair with a local partner. I know there's issues in the past. It went all the way to the Supreme Court, but again, the benefits of the MMFLA and the benefits of the MRTMA, and I know you guys are charged with figuring out which candidate is the most in compliance with that, is that it gives it clear rules. The gray market doesn't benefit anyone, and quite frankly, I'm glad it's gone, and I know many members of our team are glad it's gone too.
Mr. Clark, so you're saying that the Recreational Marijuana Act is equally as clear? There's no gray area in there?
Oh, no, not at all.
Okay, all right, because this, which leads me, which leads me to this. What's the best predictor of future behavior? Past behavior. That's the best predictor. Now, I'm not saying, but we went into this pushing the limits of the law. And I think Mr. McCain or Mr. Kane will get into another issue. But for me, there's been demonstration in this industry, in this circumstance with one of your partners, to constantly push the limits of the law. And up until the Court of Appeals comes in, or the Michigan Supreme Court, it's going to push the limits of the law. That's what I'm concerned about. Now, I will say this. When we met, because I was the one that met, they cordial, great, forthcoming. So I have no issue with that. So I'm trying to understand how far you guys are going to push the limits of the law, that with a law that is not very clear.
You know, I appreciate that, Director. We're 100% an open book. You know, we're licensed in 6 states across 14 stores. We also have additional cultivation and production. And we haven't had we have a superb compliance record. And that's because we're 100% transparent with the regulators, whether it's state, local, or city. And you are correct that the best indicators is going forward. And Brandon did have discrepancies in his past. But if you look at the reputation of Nature's Medicine, the majority owner in this circumstance, what you're going to see is a reliable, secure, and compliant operator that successfully turns in all its inventory reports, that regularly meets with local police. And, you know, should we get a license, would love to have you come inspect the facility before it's open so that you can see we've got 100 cameras that are going to be installed, a few different alarms. But I would definitely, if you're looking at the past, look at Nature's Medicine's record as successful operators.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that people.
If I could, let me jump in.
Okay.
Because I agree with you, Dwight. Well, number one, I wasn't part of some of these past circumstances myself, so I don't have the advantage of having firsthand knowledge of them, and so I'd prefer myself to stay away from those conversations. But I did want to ask, you know, we're specifically, part of our scoring criteria has to do with that compliance piece with the licensing system. And as recently as a year ago, we did have conversations between myself and Mr. McQueen about a proposed designated consumption establishment in the city that was being built, constructed, established outside of our ordinances and without building permits or other approvals. And that I will say is giving me great pause about the piece that has to do with compliance. And I'll temper that by saying I have had personal experience working with Mr. McQueen, and I it's a little awkward. Brandon, you're on the call, so with working with Brandon on our ad hoc committee, and that was a great experience.
Mm-hmm.
And I found Brandon to be very thoughtful and contributed a great deal to that process. And so I was personally a bit surprised by that interaction that we had about a year ago, given that up until that point, my firsthand experience was very positive. But I do think, at least for me, I'm going to have trouble awarding full points for compliance just on the merits of my own experience, specifically related to the marijuana industry in recent history, discounting that past history. So I think perhaps we have a lot of other questions, and I think it would probably be in everyone's best interest if we could move on to some of those other topical areas if everyone's comfortable with that. Paul, did you have other questions you wanted to tackle, or would you like me to jump in with some of mine?
No, I want to. The biodiesel gentleman, is it Steve?
Yes.
That holds in. I think that's awesome. That's some cool stuff. So that really interests me and whatnot. And then hold on, I'm going through some tabs here. Somebody else can ask. I can jump back in too.
All right. I'd like to jump over to some establishment related questions in terms of the establishment plan. A couple, I think, quick questions, hopefully. Inside the documentation, at one point it indicates that the lighting for the facility will be exclusively CFL lighting. And then in another place in the application, it indicates that the lighting will be exclusively LED.
It will be exclusively LED.
Okay, I assumed that was the case, but I didn't want to rest on that assumption. Next question. The application for the license application only included the parcel that includes the building. it did not include the parking lot parcel. So for the purpose of this application, we really need to focus on what's proposed on that building parcel. And so I'm wondering if someone can illuminate me on what the capital investment in the site might be on the basis of that building parcel only.
So we have $150,000 design specifically allotted for our parking lot and that structure, but the building would be around $2 million on a capital improvements, tangible capital improvements for the building.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Patel, I wondered if you could, I guess I would say I was very impressed overall with the application package. It was one of the easiest to review. And so if for nothing else, we had 10 of these to go through, and it was very appreciated to have one that was very well organized and the information was presented very clearly. And frankly, there were a lot fewer inconsistencies in this document than in many of the others. But I did want to ask, I was kind of surprised at how little was included about your background, Mr. Patel, as the 90.5% owner of the business. So I wondered, could you tell us a little bit more about yourself, and specifically if you have any background or experience operating any businesses in the state of Michigan?
So as you know, my name is Jigar Patel. I'm the principal owner and the CEO of Nature's Medicine. So Pure Relief and Union DBA will be doing business as Nature's Medicine. We have 14 stores open across 6 states. We have 3 open locations in Michigan, one in Bangor Township, one in Wayne, and one in Detroit. And we have applied in a couple more locations as well. We have our cultivation facility about 50% done in Battle Creek. So we have the conditional approval from the city for our manufacturing and cultivation facility. And in Arizona, we have 2 dispensaries and for medical use, and we have 300,000 square feet of a grow. And we have 2 manufacturing and processing facilities in Arizona. We have 3 dispensaries in Pennsylvania, 4 dispensaries in Maryland. And we have 1 medical dispensary open in Fall River, Massachusetts. And we have 2 waiting for regulatory approval in Massachusetts. And we have 1 in Connecticut. So my academia background is I'm a pharmacist. I came in from India. This is a minority-owned company, by the way, Nature's Medicine. I came in to US from India in 2002 to do my master's. I did my PharmD from India, and I did my master's from Long Island University. And then I was hired by Rite Aid Pharmacies as a pharmacy manager. And that's where I met Jerry. Jerry was my store manager. So Jerry and I go along from 2005 in North Carolina. So it's not that I was offended, but I just wanted to put my point on this compliance issue, because past 12 years working as a pharmacist, this is something that I take pride on, to be compliant on everything. We have over 2.5 million of compliant transactions throughout 6 states in 14 stores. And we have thousands of hours of logged video surveillances in our data room. So being federally approved, locally, how to stay compliant within local, federal, city level, state level, this is something that we take pride in. Drug diversion, everything, controlled substances, making sure that there is no diversion. That this is what I tell all my employees. We have about 670 employees. This is what I tell my employees, that it's my license at stake. I want impeccable record of compliance is gonna make me happy. Nothing else, not even a single violation. So trust me, when I say compliant, that's the core of our business when we say that. And I have a couple of food restaurants, and I have a biodiesel manufacturing facility, as Director Laurie has pointed out. We manufacture biodiesel from waste vegetable cooking oil and a brown grease. So that's a little background that we have. I started Nature's Medicine in 2012, grew from 1 employee to 670 at this stage, and will continue to grow. We provide benefits, all healthcare benefits, vision, dental, short-term disability, 401k, all to our employees.
How big is the grow structure in Arizona?
300,000 square feet. We produce about 25,000 pounds.
We would love to invite you out, Director.
I'd be interested in seeing some pictures of that.
Oh,
Do you
we can send the pictures.
do you have it? I thought there was some conflicting information. Just real quick, it's not a big deal, but are you licensed in 7 states or 5 states for pharmacy or manager?
So I'm licensed in Maryland, New Jersey, Texas, North Carolina, Michigan, and 5 states.
Okay.
So I have 2 licenses. I have 2 licenses pending application, one in Missouri and one in Connecticut, which I'll receive at any moment.
Going back to the facility, this is one of those perhaps a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. So I apologize for asking the question, but you all provided a non-opposition petition to adjacent property owners about the proposed location. And I went through that. I will admit I haven't had a chance to go through and validate where those addresses are located relative to the facility to see what type of context we're looking at. But out of the 32 properties that were listed on the petition, I only found 10 signatures. So I just wondered, you know, it's, I don't know if that's indicative that only 1/3 of the property owners or tenants were present at the time that the petition was circulated, or if that indicates that only 1/3 of the neighborhood is comfortable with the facility. But I did feel like I needed to ask that question since it was included in the application package, just to get some additional context for what that was meant to illustrate to support the application.
I'll take that one. Myself and some of our associates went door to door on that day to speak with the people, give them an opportunity to talk about what we were going to do and get their feedback. A lot of the people just weren't home. The folks that were home, some of them wouldn't sign, you know, but they would, you know, they said, I don't have any opposition, but I don't want to sign anything, which is okay. So that's pretty much what happened there. But we did go from door to door to door and spoke with some people. Some people were like, yeah, I don't care what you do. You know, you do what you do and I'll do what I do. You don't bother me, kind of thing. And I was like, well, that's cool. Can I get you to sign? Yeah, I don't want to put my name on stuff like that. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. So that's a lot of what we ran into.
Okay, and I assumed as much, but as I said, when it's in there and the level of attention or support seems low on its face, I didn't want to assume anything about that may be inaccurate. I do appreciate the effort that was made to go and do that. I think that's certainly speaks highly of your intent to work with the neighborhood. But again, because of the low level of written support, I felt like I needed to ask that question.
So if I can add a few cents to it, Mr. Kane, this is what something we have experienced in Arizona also in 2012 when we had leased this building for our dispensary. The dispensary, when we visited the dispensary building and inspected it, there was full of syringes and lot of crime around the area. So we went door to door on other businesses, and they had an opposition. And they said, no, we have enough crime here, and then we don't want another medical marijuana dispensary coming in here. But that turned 180 degrees. We have now 650 plus customers going in and out every day, lead a parking lot. And like our neighbors come in, this is, you don't even have to come to us. This is one of the greatest things that could have happened to our neighborhood. With the security on site, 24 hours, video cameras, everything in there is just like so professional looking environment that we create wherever we go, that the opposition, even if there is some oppositions, we know that we'll win the opposition and we'll provide them enough security around it.
Usually in instances like this, we usually do mailers and have people come show up at the building if it's habitable. If not, then we rent you know, a meeting hall, and you know, give the people the opportunity to come in and ask me questions. And I have a little presentation that I can give them and show them, you know, what our other businesses look like, how we run our businesses, what you should expect, you know, what kind of security that we'll have in, you know, the professionalism of the people that work for me, and how we handle our business, you know, on a day-to-day basis in all the states that we're in. Unfortunately, we didn't have that opportunity to do that. So we had to do the door-to-door thing. But at any point in time, if anybody does have any questions, and again, you know, I'd love to sit down and speak with people. They give me an opportunity to talk to them, let them tell me what they have an issue with. I can show them that it really won't be an issue because we don't run our business halfway. We do a really good job. We're very professional. One of the things that because Jigger started in 2012, I joined him after I retired in 2014. One of the things that, you know, I commend them on is the industry at that time was the stoner behavior, the stoner look, the, you know, just absolutely the opposite direction of what we wanted to go into. And we were one of the first ones to say, no, we are not going to be that way. We're going to go the healthcare way. We're going to dress appropriately. We're going to speak appropriately. And we're going to run our business this way. We are not going to be that, you know, corner drug person behavior and dress and things of that nature. I'm so glad that, you know, that we went that direction. I think you guys will be also.
Thank you.
Along the same lines
flavor
of,
on that.
I was going to say along the same lines of those questioning, you know, this is one of the facilities that is pretty close in proximity to residential as far as compared to some of the other ones. So what, you know, when you talk about odor control, there's, you know, a fair amount of stuff in here about odor control. Can you just speak to that? Because that, you know, likely, you know, if you're going to have neighbors complain, odor is going to be one of those things that that we'll hear about, that there is a complaint about. So if you could just speak to that a little bit.
Sure.
And, you know, over that.
So we're gonna redo the HVAC for that building, and you know, we'll bring it up to Energy Star code. We'll put a larger filter box on it so that we can put the larger carbon filters on there. But we'll also put an inline unit. It's a hydroxyl unit as opposed to ozone. Hydroxyl units you can use around humans and animals, and it doesn't kill them like too much ozone will. But it's also, it's you know, it kills bacteria, it kills viruses, it kills funguses, especially with the COVID you know, pandemic going around. You know, it's nice to know that my air as it circulates is going to be cleaned by this machine. And I also listed a smaller unit. And the reason I did that is because there'll be a room where we'll unpack, and you know, that will release the terpenes into the air, which is the part that the people would smell. And once everything's unpacked, repackaged, and you know, ready to be put up and out, we'll turn that on inside that room, which will actually mitigate that odor from the room itself. You can also use it, you know, nightly as a disinfectant for our waiting rooms too. So that's the reason that I chose that one, mainly because it's not an ozone machine, and I don't have to worry about people being harmed by it. But it's just as effective as that.
So you just mentioned unpacking the product and then repacking it. So are you getting your product, is it shipped to you and coming to the store already prepackaged, or will you be packaging it on site for sale?
If it comes in, it'll come in their totes, and some of it will be packaged, some of it won't be packaged. If that's the case, then, you know, we'll deal with that as it is. But even the totes, as you receive them, when you take the lid off the tote, it's coming from a processing center, and the smell is there. So
okay,
it's better just go ahead and nip it in the bud, then I don't have to worry about it.
Thank you.
And this is all repacking will happen until we have our own grow. In Arizona, this is what we do. When we produce, we put everything into halves and eighths and 1 ounce prepack. And that we'll do the same thing in Michigan also. We will prepack everything from our grow location to be shipped to the retail stores.
Okay. Thank you.
I had to jump in with a question on the residency points and component. Brandon, the driver's license that was included indicates you reside at 614 South Oak Street. It was issued in June 2019. I wondered if you could speak to the time frame of your residence at that location.
I've actually lived in that building 6 out of the last 10 years, but I've recently moved. I'm still in Mount Pleasant area, but I moved from that address.
Are you able to speak to your current residential location?
Yeah, it's a house that my mom was paying on a land contract, and we took it over, and been a long time resident of Mount Pleasant, and have plans to be here a long time in the future.
Is the residence, I guess my question specifically, I should have been, I guess, more specific. Is the residence inside city limits, inside Isabel County?
It's inside Isabella County. The address is Mount Pleasant, but I do not believe it's not in the city limits.
Okay. And you've lived there or on South Oak Street continuously for the past 12 months?
I've only been in this house for about as long as the pandemic. I was in Oak Street a year before that, Cooley Street 2 years before that, and then Oak Street years before that.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there any additional documentation you want us to send you guys as a follow-up to that, just to demonstrate length? I know you wanted driver's licenses. That was laid out in the ordinance, but we're happy to provide you additional documentation.
I mean, the ordinance, I guess, speaks specifically to 1 year of residence and leading up to the scoring. So it would be helpful to have that additional context if it's possible to obtain that.
Okay, absolutely.
I don't know who came up with the parking plan, but I thought it was very good too, along with just the systematic description of the security to odor mitigation and that stuff. So I agree with the chair that the application was very easy to follow. So thank you.
Thank you.
It wasn't
We're
not easy
definitely
to hear, but easy to read.
Yeah, we're definitely sensitive that you guys are reading thousands and thousands of pages. So, personally, I want to see a picture every now and again if I'm reading.
Yeah.
Pages like.
No, it was good. As I indicated before, just to reiterate, it really was a tremendous amount of great information in this application package. I was very impressed overall, and so it's most appreciated. I think I have covered my questions. Jeremy and Paul, do you have any additional questions?
I'm good.
I'm good.
Right.
Director, I thought you were going to ask me more football questions.
No, that's it. You kind of look like the captain from the Summer Bay on Deadliest Catch.
I'm just going to take that as a compliment.
He's yeah.
Jeremy, can you mute Paul, please? And thank you all for joining us today.
Jacob, if you don't mind, there is one more thing that I wanted to highlight that I think is a little bit unique about our group that really hasn't been addressed this time since I've been watching since 9, is really the community engagement and the groundwork that we did from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Is knocking on our neighbors' doors pre-coronavirus.
Absolutely.
Believe what the difference February to August makes right now, to joining the Mount Pleasant Chamber of Commerce, to making financial contributions to local charities. And that's what we're doing now. Going forward, we intend to do park cleanup days. We intend to earmark 2% of our profits to local charities, really. So as our business finds success, so does Mount Pleasant. That's only our goal, and that's driven our strategy so far, and is why we're successful and why the communities around us are successful.
And that's true for all the communities we go in. Yes.
Thank you for that, and thank you for keeping it brief, as I think we're closing on an hour 8 on Zoom today. So
totally. I've been telling everyone I'm playing Hollywood Squares today.
I am off Zoom for the rest of the week if I can help it. So thank you, gentlemen, for joining us today, and we'll look forward to potentially seeing some or all of you in a week from Friday for scoring virtually. Those details will be coming out soon. To join that meeting. So thanks again. You can, of course, we're going to continue the agenda. So if you want to stick around, feel free. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. right, gentlemen. We're now moving on to committee comments. Does anyone have any energy left to talk about it? I have one thing I wanted to discuss, just to lay the groundwork for next Friday's meeting, which was our approach to the scoring discussion when we start doing that on Friday. Obviously, I think the three of us will probably have some differing perspectives and some common perspectives on things. As I've been thinking about the best approach, I was thinking that it may make the most sense to discuss each scoring category in its completion for each of the 10 applicants and then move on. So for instance, talk about background of the applicants, score them, look at them comparatively to each other, see where we're at, get to a resolution on those 10 scores, and then move to the next category, and then move to the next category, so that we're resolving all of the scoring for all the entities at one time, and perhaps hold some folks in suspense longer than they'd like. But I thought that gives us more opportunity to be thinking holistically about each entity as they compare to their competitors in this process.
So you're saying go through each of the scoring criteria one at a time rather than going through each of the entities one at a time.
Right. I just thought for my take, I think that there's some advantage to being able, as I've been conducting my own review, into thinking how applicant A versus applicant C in terms of different criteria, as I consider what might a appropriate score be. I think it's especially, I think if I was scoring all by myself, I might not need that approach, but I think given that we may have some differences of opinion on some of those point totals, it might be helpful to hash those out for all 10 applicants at one time before we move to the next category.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that makes sense as we're talking about that individual topic, that scoring topic, so that if there are questions or there are something that is misunderstood or can be reinterpreted, we can do that in that topic rather than that having to go back to that conversation at every entity. So I think that makes sense.
Perfect. Mr. Loria?
I'm good, sir. I agree with it. I like that systematic approach.
Perfect. I will, for the benefit of our activities, I'll prepare a scoring matrix that we can utilize for display purposes so that folks are aware of our conversation and we can ensure that we're all on the same page before we move forward in each category in terms of the score allocations. I'll also prepare a few introductory slides for the meeting so that we can let folks know what the procedures will be for the scoring and selection, and as well as the next steps after the 21st. Any other points of conversation about today, the interviews?
No,
go ahead, Jeremy.
I was just going to say that you know, any that are still on or that happen to watch this, I appreciate each of the applicants actually taking the time to come and meet with us. I know they're busy, and just being able to answer some of those clarifying questions that we had. You know, all the applicants I thought did a good job of putting together the packets. It was, you know, it's a lot to get through. So this is was a good help to be able to actually see some faces and, you know, put names and faces together and have some of the people actually answering some of the questions that we had. So appreciate them taking the time to do that.
Yeah, and I would echo the same comments. All of these applicants are professional people, every one of them. And I couldn't be happier really with the pool and how this has really shaped out with something that is still being you know, formed and shaped, I guess. So I couldn't be more impressed, and I'm very, very proud to be a part of the process. And I look forward to next Friday.
I'll echo all of that. Certainly it would make our lives easier if we had 3 outstanding applicants and 7 terrible applicants.
Yeah.
That I won't pretend like I
No.
didn't really hope that to be the case when we started this, but the reality is that we have a very incredible and
We do.
diverse group of folks whose applications we will have to consider next week. And so this was extremely helpful today, getting a chance to ask some questions and get some more clarity on these application packages. So the time that folks committed to today to help us to do that is greatly appreciated. I feel much more confident in my ability to score these appropriately as a result of these conversations. So perfect. Well, if there's no further conversation amongst the committee, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved.
Or
I'll
second.
second it.
All right, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.